Hello. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We thank you for being here early. We welcome you to this 12th anniversary of Realnews with the title Africa in World Shifting Geopolitics, Matters Arising on Demography, Technology, Artificial Intelligence, and Natural Resources. It's also the 12th anniversary lecture and investiture into the Realnews Hall of Fame. Realnews Hall of Fame boasts some real juggernauts across Nigeria in governance, in politics, in economy, in oil and gas, in technology, and the rest of them. So we welcome you all. We crave your indulgence for just a few more minutes as we begin to introduce and acknowledge and welcome our dignitaries and our invited guests. Please sit down, relax, enjoy, and network. Thank you very much for coming. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, I'll appreciate it if those who like to be backbenchers or like to sit behind can just move forward so that as people come in, they can take the seats at the back so we can start. Please don't go and hide away at the back. Move forward, move forward, move forward. Thank you. In no particular order, I'd just like to acknowledge those who are already present here. And I'll start with make a warm welcome to Mrs. Ejinike Antonia of MOG Enugu. A round of applause for her. I think we can do better than that. Okay. Another welcome to Mr. Celestine Chibo, a businessman. A round of applause for him. Okay. Maybe we've not had some tea this morning. Let's put our hands together for Princess Chibo of Friction Associates, a legal practitioner, barrister Princess Chibo. A round of applause for her. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Olaniran Kolape of the Federal Road Safety Commission, all the way from somewhere interesting. A round of applause for him. Okay, another round of applause for Engineer Tijjani Ibrahim of Lukon. A round of applause for him. Okay, only certain people appear to be clapping. Maybe if we are going to share the national cake, some more people will be willing to clap. What kind of motivation are you looking for? National cake. If only I had the knife to be sharing the national cake. Let's put our hands together for Hadiza Amina Aliu, also of LoopCon. A round of applause for her. Thank you. I'd like us to make a warm welcome to Mr. Anthony Abu of UN Women. A round of applause for him. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for coming. Also, from UN Women, I'd like us to put our hands together for Felix Joseph. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. Also, we have in our midst a lecturer from FUT Mina. Let's put our hands together for Halilu Ahmad Shaba. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. Let's put our hands together for an editor extraordinary in the person of Miss Chief Godi Ike. A round of applause for him. He's an editor of editors. Let's put our hands together for a political economist and an editor, Mr. Ken Wechi. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. Also, we have someone from Ovation Media. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Ade. I hope it's Mr. Adeyemi Fumilayo. I guess it's a she. Let's put our hands together. But you know, in these days, names are unisex. So, okay, apologies if I didn't indicate your gender properly. Okay, let's put our hands together for a senior fellow of the Policy Center for the New South, Mr. Abdelhab Basu. A round of applause for Mr. Abdelhab Basu. Okay. Let's put our hands together for our visitors from the Indonesian Embassy, Mr. Randolph. A round of applause. They just stepped out to go get some coffee. Also, New Mail Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for Salami Semil. Salami Semil. Let's put our hands together for Dora Omori. Dora Omori. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We have a lot of publishers and journalists coming out to support their kind. Let's put our hands together for publisher of the Lagos Times, Mr. Biodun Durojaye. A round of applause. Also, August 24 News publisher, Mr. Ajagbe Teslim. A round of applause, please. We also have the MD and the editor-in-chief of Freedom Online. Let's put our hands together for Gabriel Akin Adewo. Thank you. Thank you. That sounds like an Ondo name. Congratulations on your elections. Okay, let's put our hands together for Comfort Coleman, Managing Consultant of Nekego Resources. Let's put our hands together for her. Okay. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Ikechukwu Obeaya of the SMC Pan-Atlantic University. A round of applause. Okay. I'm one of our Indonesian friends from the Indonesian Embassy as the director, Emmanuel Lizzie. Let's put our hands together for him. let's put our hands together for the country representative of the UN Women, Miss Beatrice Eyong. A round of applause for her. Okay, and let's put our hands together for the representative of the publisher of the Eagle Online, Mr. Dr. Oladipo. A round of applause. My apologies, sir. The publisher of Eagle Online, Mr. Dr. Oladipo. A round of applause for him. Still continuing in that light, with my apology duly accepted, I'd like us to put our hands. I'd like us to put our hands together for a colleague from the Nigerian Tribune newspaper, Ilara Oluwasegun. A round of applause. Okay, I'd like us to put our hands together for a scientist in our midst, Mr. Ejinike Augustine. A round of applause. Okay, let's put our hands together for Oluwatoyin Esther Mustafa from First Maritime Newspaper. A round of applause. Another round of applause for Kunle Lawal Kolade from the Lagos Times. A round of applause. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Adedeji Lekan from Lordside Media. A round of applause. And for Adani Abimbola, also from the Lordside Style Media. A round of applause. Let's put our hands together for Simon Stanley of the Sustainable Economy publication. A round of applause for him. And for Baby Omotosho, a round of applause for him. Okay, let's put our hands together for the assistant editor from the News Agency of Nigeria, Mr. Adeyemi Adekeye. A round of applause. And from Lagos, Radio Lagos, Tico FM, Ajayi Temitope, a round of applause. Okay, another veteran journalist from The Guardian. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Martins Oloja. Interesting name, the publisher of Trailblaze magazine, Prince Charming. Let's put our hands together. Okay, let's put our hands for another publisher, Mr. Semiu Okonlawon. A round of applause, please. Okay. LPO reports. Yes. Publisher LPO reports. NPO. I'm sorry, I'm going by what I have seen here. My apologies. NPO report publisher, Semiu Okonlawon. A round of applause for him. apologize ahead of time. Arif Indarakonabi. I hope I got that right. HPL Lagos. A round of applause for this gentleman. Okay, and we have GFD Oludare Mayowa. A round of applause. Okay, let's put our hands together for Chinyere Ikeja from Champion. A round of applause for her. Okay, from the Guardian also, we have Mr. Sunday. I believe it's Awolola. I hope I'm correct. Aikulola from the Guardian. A round of applause for him. Okay, we have in our midst Honorable Akachukwu Omejama. A round of applause. Okay. The president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Ambassador Cornel Udofia. A round of applause for him. I'd like us to make a warm welcome to the Assistant Corps Marshal, Zone 2 Lagos, Zonal Commanding Officer, the person of Mr. Adeoye. Get this correct. In the person of Mr. Adeoye, a round of applause for him. We'll continue the introduction as more people come in. I know that some of our dignitaries are already in and they're waiting, and they'll be here in a few minutes, and they'll be duly acknowledged once they step into this hall. Thank you very much for coming. It is because of the love you have for Realnews and the publisher that you have taken time out of your busy schedule to come and listen to this public lecture. So we make a warm welcome to you, and we say God bless you, and we assure you that it will be a time well spent. Thank you. A round of applause for yourselves. To be a good time, ladies and gentlemen, to put our phones in the silent mode. I know we're all busy people, but the phones going off and beeping will be a source of disturbance and even sometimes nuisance. So it will be a good opportunity now to take the time and put the phones in the silent mode. So you can always return the calls, and if you're looking at it, you can catch it and step out and take your call. Thank you. I also use this opportunity to welcome our online community, people who are joining us from all over the world and who are online. I understand how difficult this can be because of time zone differences. For staying awake to be part of this, we say thank you very much.
I hope you're not being online because it's when the call is really done.
As part of the continuing introduction, I promised you that we'll get to it as more people step in. I'd like us to make a warm welcome for another veteran journalist from Newswatch Plus, Mr. Soji Akinriade. A round of applause for him. A round of applause. You're welcome, sir. I also like us to make a warm welcome to somebody from the Anyam Osigwe Foundation in the person of Mr. Charles Anyam Osigwe. A warm welcome to him. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Thank you, thank you, thank you for being so gracious this morning and for supporting each other. DJ, I'd like you to amplify that music just a little bit more while we wait for some more introductions. Thank you. Don't hide at the back, move forward.
IT. This is when I should. Like join it, like. Well, I was the family. I was just for that time.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to put our hands together as we make a warm welcome to the CEO of marinamedia.com, Mr. Tony Awe. A round of applause. Okay, representing the National President of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Dr. Emeka Rolas and Emeka Rolas Ejezie, MON, is Ambassador Cornel Udofia, who is the publisher of Gladiators magazine. Let's put our hands together for him. Okay. I'd like us to make a warm welcome to Mr. Tony Abiba, representative of Reverend Father Anthony Gandonu, the Director of Social Communications of the Catholic Archdiocese of Lagos. Please let's put our hands together for him. I'd also like us to put our hands together for a very reverend gentleman. He's a teacher of priests and a supporter of Realnews magazine. Let's put our hands together for Reverend Father Dr. David Kehinde Akala. You're most welcome.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please rise up and make a warm welcome to the chair of this public lecture, the guest lecturer, the keynote speaker, the special discussant, and the discussants. They are the person of Ms. Beatrice Ayong, His Excellency Professor Ibrahim Agboola Gambari, and Ms. Hadiza Bala-Usman, Dr. Karim Aynaoui, Engineer Shehu Tijjani. You're welcome, sir. We started with introductions at 10 a.m. and we're happy to have you here. A round of applause for them, please. A round of applause. One round of applause. You're welcome, sir. As they sit and welcome, I'd like us to take the national anthem. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Shall we please be seated? I would like to start with an opening prayer, and the prayer is to be offered by Reverend Father David Kende Akala, PhD, Parish Priest, Corpus Christi Catholic Church, Otemui, Catholic Diocese of Abeokuta, and a lecturer in St. Albert Religious Seminary, Idowu of Warren, State. My apologies, because we have a guest. They would like to take the Moroccan national anthem. Please, can we all stand up to honor our guests? Thank you. A special guest. Thank you very much. Nigerians are very hospitable people. I would like we just honored our guests with the national anthem. Thank you. Informed, we'll be taking another national anthem, but not right away. I'll create the indulgence of Reverend Father Akala to give us the opening prayer. We can always go back and take that national anthem.
In the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord, glory be to your holy name for giving us this day, for the life given to every one of us, and for coming together, celebrate, and to share knowledge, and to be able to also know more about you and about the talent that you have blessed the journalists with. May your name be glorified now and forever. As we gather together today at the conference once again, 12 times of it in the Realnews, continue to bless and continue to increase your presence. Bless also all those who have come from wherever, that they will continue to see good things in you through this conference, through Christ our Lord. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
A round of applause for that beautiful prayer of the Reverend gentleman. Okay. Fantastic. I'd like us to make a warm welcome to the chair of this 12th Realnews annual lecture, an investiture to the Realnews Hall of Fame, in the person of Miss Beatrice Eyong. A round of applause for her. Madam, you're welcome. Thank you. Okay. As she sits, please, can we take the Cameroonian national anthem? No problem. All around the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free. Be heard. Yes. What are the words? That's what we are told. That's what we are told. Okay. It will now be the turn of a welcome address by the Amazon, resilient. Okay, let's make a warm welcome for Engineer Shehu Tijjani of Amal Technologies. A round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. I think we can do better than that. Another round of applause. Okay, fantastic, fantastic. My name remains Comfort Coleman, a very English name for a very African woman. And I'm your MC for today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think I deserve a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. And I'd like to call on a tireless worker, an Amazon, a dogged fighter, a fearless journalist,
A media diva.
a media diva, my friend, and the publisher of the Realnews magazine online. I'd like us to put a warm and resounding applause for Miss Maureen Chido. Give us a welcome address.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and members of my constituency, the media. I thank God Almighty for making this day possible for us to gather once again to celebrate Realnews 12th anniversary lecture. Please permit me to express my gratitude in welcoming you to the 12th anniversary lecture of Realnews online magazine, standing on existing protocol. We appreciate your sacrifices, contributions, and invaluable support, especially in these precarious times and as the year's activities draw to a close. We are happy that our guest lecturer, His Excellency, Ambassador Professor Ibrahim Gambari, former Chief of Staff of ex-President Muhammadu Buhari, is here with us today. We are grateful you made time out of your hectic schedule to honor our invitation. Prof, we are also thankful to your personal assistant, Ibrahim Lawal, and our editorial advisor, Mr. Paul Ejime, who is on a mission to Ghana and going to have the elections. That's why he's not here. For their efforts towards ensuring that you are here today. You're welcome, sir. We are also delighted that Ms. Beatrice Eyong, country representative, UN Women, and the chair of the occasion is here. Welcome, man. Also in our midst are our keynote, Dr. Karim Aynaoui, Executive President of the Policy Center for the New South. Robert. Ms. Hadiza Bala, I am told, will be joining us online, and Special Advisor to the President of Nigeria on Policy Coordination and Head Central Delivery Coordination, and Engineer Shehu Tijjani, Managing Director of Amal Technologies. To all of you and other distinguished guests here today, we are most grateful that you honored us with your presence. The anniversary lecture series is one way that Realnews contributes to building and development by providing a forum for transformational policy discussions by professionals, scholars, technocrats, and decision makers on the way forward for our great nation and Africa. The lecture series, which started in 2014, has focused on elections and governance, the economy, especially the oil and gas sector, security, challenges of leadership and political transitions in Africa, unfolding integration of the African market, drug abuse among African youths, and threats of illicit funds flow to African economy. This year's topic, Africa in world-shifting geopolitics, matters arising on democracy, technology, artificial intelligence, natural resources. It was chosen because of the concern about Africa's integration into the global economy amid stress towards authoritarianism, protectionism, nationalism, and the overwhelming influence of technology. Is Africa isolated or an island? What are the continent's strengths that can be leveraged for integration into the global economy for the optimal benefit of our people? We narrowed down on our guest lecturer today because of his pedigree. We are convinced beyond doubt that he and the keynoter will do justice to the topic of this lecture. We also have a carefully selected panel of discussants with relevant expertise, knowledge, and experience to illuminate the topic. As usual, I would like to appeal to my journalist colleagues here to ensure that the message from here today is heard across Africa and beyond. Of course, at Realnews, we will ensure that we do our part by giving the widest publicity to this important lecture and the discussions. Realnews boasts of a crop of seasoned journalists who believe strongly in the tenets and ethics of the profession. We are convinced that journalism as the society, that journalism should be practiced in a society where fundamental human rights are respected and where citizens enjoy freedom to pursue their interests without let or hindrance. Our motto is for God and humanity. It's also self-explanatory. In the past 12 years, we have kept faith with our vision and mission statements. We have investigated and published exclusive stories covering the sectors of our focus, including politics, oil and gas, business and economy, women, youth and environment, etc. We can proudly say that we have done our part and will continue to do so with the highest sense of responsibility. It suffices to state that the modest success we have recorded at Realnews has come with its share of challenges, especially in fashioning creative ways to sustain our publication in a difficult economic environment with dwindling prospects for advertisement. Consequently, we wish to invite everyone here, especially those who are not already on our mailing list, to visit our website, subscribe to our e-newsletter, and enjoy investigative reports on topical issues rendered in professional style. Realnews magazine is free, but without your support from the public or private sector alike and civil society, it will not survive. The support can be in form of advertisements, special supplements, and special features on our company, on your company or organizations for publication on our website. We also welcome capacity building programs for our staff to serve our clients better. Realnews is also into consultancy, research, writing books and biographies, and image surveys for companies. Over the years, we have published books such as Federal Road Safety Commission in the eyes of the media. But 1 to 4, pathways for economic and political development of Africa. And we are currently working for their publication. These are some ways we raise money with investigative. We work Realnews magazine, all out in volunteer partners. Together we will build in the government institutions and corporate organizations that made this year's Realnews Anniversary Lecture possible through their support and advertisements. These are the Nigerian Petroleum Company Limited, Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, Nigerian Ports Authority, Shell Nigeria, Nigeria Communications Commission, Nigeria National and Liquefied Gas, Nigeria, Senate, most grateful to you all. EVC is heavily represented here by the Director of Information, EVC Dr. Aynaoui is heavily represented here by and online participants all over the world following proceedings via Zoom and live streams on Facebook and YouTube from different countries. I appreciate you all. Thank you for your attention. Welcome one and all. God bless. God bless Nigeria. God bless Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think she deserves a better round of applause. Thank you. It is not easy. And we all know that, particularly in the current economy, to run a business and be standing and be there for 12 years, it's not a joke. Ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed on this 12th annual lecture, I'd like us to make a warm welcome to the chair of this year's annual lecture, who will be giving her opening remarks in the person of Miss Beatrice Eyong, the country representative of the UN Women. A resounding round of applause. Please keep it going, keep it going.
Good morning, everyone. His Excellency, the Ambassador, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, former Chief of Staff, may be here. Since I'm not. His Excellency, Ambassador Professor Ibrahim Gambari, former Chief of Staff of the former President, Muhammadu Buhari, Dr. Karim please, Aynaoui, if I don't call it well, please. Executive President of Policy Center for New South, Rabat, Morocco. Mrs. Hadiza Bala-Usman as the special guest and discussant. And here she will be following online. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me stand on the existing protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply honored to be the chair of the 12th anniversary lecture of Realnews. Realnews magazine pioneered online weekly investigative and general interest news publication in Nigeria. Their focus on business and economy, oil and gas, politics, Africa, environment, youth, women, and children has given them a strategic audience and a voice within the media space. Realnews investigative skills to unearth information and produce unbiased reports to influence government and other decision makers to take impactful actions are uncanny. Today, on the 12th anniversary, I would want to congratulate the team, along with all supporting stakeholders, on their consistency over the years, in providing balanced information for the advancement of Nigeria as a nation. Before I go further in my remarks, I would like to just give our understanding of what geopolitics is all about. Some experts opine that geopolitics is the study of how a country's geography, that is the location, the terrain, the land, the size, the climate, the soil, and raw materials, affect its foreign economic, military policy, and strategy. They say the word geopolitics comes from two words, geography and politics. I would also like to talk about what is changing in the geopolitics. What are some of those things that we can see? I know our keynote speakers, our key lecturer will be going deep into those things. But as we look at the geopolitics, we see that there are things that are changing. We are seeing the rivalry between the stronger countries, such as US, China, and Russia. Today, at first, we didn't have the BRICS. Today, we have the BRICS, which is bringing its own dynamics into the whole space. And there is the need and the fight for more natural resources, leading to continuous polarization of these countries. We also have a rising number of resource-related conflicts, leading to insecurities, even in countries called developed, and the detrimental consequences of this war. And as you know, when there is war, there will be forceful displacement. And when we have forceful displacement of persons, the majority are usually the women. And so we will be talking about some gender issues related to what we are talking about. We are also looking at the issues related to ineffective democracies. If you ask me, some countries, some African countries have done well in advancing their democracies, but there are other countries that have not done their work well in terms of democracies. And we have witnessed in the Sahel region, we have witnessed how some countries decided to break away from their economic blocks. Like you have Mali, you have Niger, you have Burkina Faso, who are now not, they have declared themselves not being a member of ECOWAS. They want to be on their own. We also have the issues of increased demographics. That is high birth rate. If we can look at it, some of the countries, they have high birth rate vis-a-vis underdevelopment, causing a huge brain drain from African countries through professional and unprofessional migrations. All these are issues I think will come up. And we also have huge gender-based violence and the situation of women and girls, especially as it concerns the feminization of poverty, feminization of morbidity and mortality, leading to the underdevelopment of our countries. No country can develop with a high rate of gender inequalities and the feminization of underdevelopment. I believe that our lecturers will give us. But another thing I want to put today on the table is that despite all that I've said, Africa will become a prominent player. Despite all those things I've put, a prominent player of the youthful population that we have, because of the attractive growth prospects which will give their leaders a leverage in modern affairs. Africa's population will reach 2.5 billion people. That's what statistics are saying by 2050, and will constitute what is expected to be a quarter of the world's populace. According to studies, sub-Saharan Africa will soon be the only place with birth rates at replacement level or higher. While major economies like China, the US, and Europe are expected to see major demographic decline. I think all this will be discussed in detail. As a result of this favorable demographics, the African middle class is anticipated to reach 1.1 billion by 2060, up from 355 million in 2010. It's even said that as early as 2030, 250 million Africans are expected to unlock $3 trillion in consumer spending. So all is not negative. There is something that Africans can look forward. They can aspire So there are possibilities. And in terms of resources, we know that the African continent can boast of about 30% of world's mineral resources. So we have things that can make Africa still become prominent in this shifting geopolitics. So in an area marked by shifting global dynamics, Africa and other parts of the developing world are experiencing a profound transition from traditional geopolitics to a more nuanced geo-economic framework. This evolution reflects the growing recognition that economic interest, rather than mere political allegiances, are driving international relations in these regions. So it's not just because I like to be with this country that will matter. It's because of our economic interests that we will want to associate with one country or the other. And then we have the rise of emerging powers that are there. We have the rise of emerging powers, particularly China and other Asian countries, that have also challenged the long-standing dominance of Western economies. Africa too is also involved in technology. Africa has recorded 7 tech unicorns. A unicorn is privately held startup company with a valuation of over $1 billion over the years, with a larger number of them coming from Nigeria. This gives credence to the growing youth population in the country and also the move towards technological advancement. In this time of global upheaval and a rapid changing climate, the economies of sub-Saharan Africa stand to benefit from vast endowments of, their natural resources. That's what I've already said. Global efforts to decarbonize economies are likely to create demand for 3 million tons of minerals and metals needed to deploy solar, wind, and geothermal energy by 2050. Many of these minerals are found in abundance across Africa. As the world adapts, we anticipate structural changes perpetuated by the growing positive impacts of these transitions in the world and the African continent. Yes, there's that future, there is that hope, there is that horizon that Africa can rise to, but there are obstacles that Africa has to tackle. The main obstacles are wars. They are not all the obstacles, but the main obstacles are wars, feminized poverty, high gender inequalities, inadequate infrastructures to technology, and corruption. So despite the continent's bright prospects, these intra-regional conflicts, widespread poverty, and growth-crippling corruption stand as hindrances. So if we actually have to go towards that positive direction, we have to handle all these things. And I believe our lecturers will tell us what is it. According to the Geneva Academy, Africa comes second in the number of armed conflicts per region, with more than 35 non-international armed conflicts currently going on. So what I will be looking at is to say that in all this that I have put on the table, data shows that women and girls are disproportionately affected by these changes, with women dominating the lower tiers of positive growth and being the worst victims of negative changes, thereby perpetuating cycles of poverty. Our goal is for the face of a woman to no longer be seen as the face of poverty. So what should we be doing to make sure that the gender inequality is the fact that women are not given the affections in participating in development, leading development. You know, like in Nigeria, we all know that 19% of households in Nigeria, in the urban areas, are led by women. 15% in the rural areas of households are led by women. And if we do a rough calculation, we may have about 30 to 40 million people in those households. So if we don't tackle the gender inequalities, we are virtually leaving 30 to 40 million people out of development. And when people are out of development, there are tendencies that they may become rebels, they may become dissatisfied with the situation and decide to do whatever we're doing. We know, if we look at our National Assembly, Nigeria does not have up to 5% of women representation. And studies show that for any meaningful development, for any sustainable development, we need at least 30% of either sex being represented in the table. So if women are 70, men should be at least 30%. If men are 70, women should be at least 30% for meaningful and sustainable growth. And the National Assembly is a glaring example on how women are not being represented in the decision-making sphere. We also know that 10% of resources, only 10% of resources are managed by women in Nigeria. It means 90% are actually the reserve for men. And we know in terms of gender-based violence, I know people will say, why are you bringing gender-based violence? Some people limit gender-based violence at the domestic level. But gender-based violence should not be limited at the domestic level, because gender-based violence is arising everywhere, at the workplace, in the villages, just like in the urban sphere, everywhere you can see gender-based violence. And 30% of Nigerian women and girls have testified that they have faced one form of gender-based violence. That's what is in the statistics. But the issue is, why tackle gender-based violence? Studies have shown that gender-based violence has the capacity to detrimentally affect our economic growth. And I think this is very, very clear, because if you maybe make me because of verbal violence or physical violence, or maybe violence at online violence, and I cannot produce for 1 month, then you have reduced my productivity. And just imagine if you have to do that to millions of women. If 30% of Nigerian women say they have faced some form of gender-based violence, just take 30% of the whole population. Then you have millions of women, let me say at least 30 million of women who cannot produce. With time, we are going to see that the economic growth will be affected. The GDP, the gross domestic product, will be affected. So gender-based violence is not just, oh, I have the right to slap my wife, I have the right to do this. But gender-based violence has a detrimental effect on the growth prospects of the country. So these are issues that we need to discuss and look at how it has to be handled. So what should Africa be actually doing with all these gender issues? When we look at Nigeria, for instance, Nigeria has 75% of all the legal frameworks needed for the free participation and leadership of women in this country. But the problem is the implementation. And we see that there's a huge resistance, not only from men, because I'm sure people would expect me to say it's coming only from men. Yes, it's coming from men, but there's also even huge resistance also coming from women. And there's also huge resistance also coming from institutions. We are working with institutions, but we realize that those institutions are not gender responsive. We've been working with the media, because we also realize that the reporting in the media is actually not portraying the quality, the excellence, the qualification of the Nigerian woman. And in Nigeria, I would tell you, Nigeria has, I say it everywhere I go, that Nigeria is a reservoir for qualified women, for women with expertise, for women with competencies. I tell you, you cannot find better in the continent than in this country. And they are showing their excellence at the international level. My senior boss, the Deputy Secretary General of the UN, is a Nigerian woman. The head of the World Trade Organization is a Nigerian woman. We can go on and get all those lists. But why is it that in Nigeria, they are not given the space to demonstrate what they have? And I'm happy that we have men and women here today. And I believe that they will become our allies from today to say that gender inequalities is not only for women, it's not affecting only women, it's affecting men and women. It's affecting our economies. It's affecting our communities. So we have to be intentional in how we tackle this problem. I know our key lecturers will be talking about all those issues. I'm just trying to put on the table the gender issues that are negating our development. So one of the low-hanging fruits that Africa would be doing to positively improve the conditions to go towards growth is to positively improve the conditions and status of its women and girls, thereby increasing their access to services. One big problem we have is access to services. Services such as health, education, and agriculture. We are clearly aware that we have at least 18 million dropout children from school. We are, all of us, it's not a new statistics that I'm giving to you. And 60% of those children who are dropped out of school, they are girls. They are girls. So there should be an intentional and deliberate organization to make sure that those people, our young people who leave school for any reason, because sometimes the girls may be taken away from school for early marriages, for economic purposes, let them come and sell maybe in the market or those kind of things. So there should be a conscious effort to make sure that these people have a way to be in the educational system. And UN Women, what we do is we call it second chance education. For all those women who have dropped out of school because of one thing or the other, we organize programs for them to be able to read, to be able to count, to be basic skills and also businesses. And some of them, when we work with them, they decide to go to secondary school, decide to go to high schools and even universities. So as long as we have this kind of situation, we drop out, a huge population of dropouts, I tell you, for me, it's a time bomb because those people will come back to ask questions. So these are things that we have to be very intentional. We have to be intentional in increasing the health services to women and girls. Today, we have a high level of maternal mortality. And I'm telling you, it's not easy for any home that the woman dies, the wife, the mother dies. It's also not very, very easy. It's very, very difficult. But when we have a situation where we can go up to 1,500 women losing their lives in every 100,000 live births, this is something that we have to be deliberate about to make sure that women don't die because they are delivering children in the world. Agriculture, I know that women play a great role in agriculture in terms of providing labor, post-harvest activities, commercialization, processing. But I want to put on the table today that we are faced with a situation where in Africa, the statistics show that we can have post-harvest losses of about 40%. About 40%. And we have countries in this continent that are food insecure. It is also statistics show that about 30 million people in Nigeria are food insecure, but we lost up to 40% of harvest. These are things we need to be deliberate about. I will allow the lecturers to go into this. We need to increase access to technologies. Today, there is a digital divide. There's a clear digital divide in that women they have less access. They have less access to digital solutions. They have less access. Some girls have never touched a computer. Some don't even know what we are talking about, the computer. And we know, like for many economies, like the Nigerian economy, we are going digital. We are going digital. If we have people who actually cannot access these digital solutions, then we are going to have a parallel economy where you have those who are in the digital economy and those who are completely out of this economy. So these are things that we are putting on the table that we should make sure that as we advance in technology, they should also take the gender dimension of technology. We are also saying that we should also promote the access of women to resources, markets, decision-making positions, and peace processes. I don't know. Thank you. We are saying that we've seen that in the global economy, if women can give their full potential, then the global economy will grow by trillions of dollars if women could equally participate in the economy and have the equal pay. So women should participate, lead, and benefit from all governance systems and peace processes. Studies show that peace negotiations without women and girls would not last up to 10 years. Peace negotiations that don't bring women into the context to discuss, they don't last up to 10 years. But peace negotiations and processes where women are free to participate will last more than 10 years. And I think we are here because Realnews actually brought us here all. I think the media too is an important area that there should be deliberate focus to make sure that the media has the freedom to do what it's supposed to do. And also to make sure that media is gender responsive, so they don't cause harm to women and girls by their reporting. So UN Women's mandates. After talking about all these issues that are there, I would like to take 1 or 2 minutes here to talk about what UN Women is doing. UN Women's mandate as a global champion of gender equality positions us as a critical stakeholder contributing to delivering programs, policies, and standards that uphold women's human rights and ensure that every woman and girl lives up to her full potential. In the context of structural changes and our response to ensuring women and girls are positioned to participate and benefit, UN Women has pioneered several innovations. In response to climate shocks and sourcing for alternative and clean energy, UN Women has been promoting a climate-smart agriculture. This climate-smart agriculture is also accompanied by a digital platform we call Buy From Women. Buy From Women allows rural women to have access to information, real-time information about the climate, about the market, and they also have the possibility to expose their goods and make sure that they sell at very good prices. the Buy from Women digital platform also changes the way cooperative serves women, and also how the agricultural extension is serving women. We have also accompanied that climate smart agriculture with the biogas technology, the low-cost biogas technology. This low-cost biogas technology ensures that I think less than 200,000 naira, the households are able to produce their own cooking gas, able to produce their own organic fertilizer, and also manage their organic and liquid waste, and also save money and generate money. So UN Women is also working with governments at the federal level and at the state level, implementing the affirmative procurement. Affirmative procurement is simply saying, for all the public contracts, what percentage is going for women? And we've worked with the Kaduna State government, and today there's a law that stipulates that women entrepreneurs can benefit up to 30% of public contracts. We have also looking at the participation of women in governance, participation of women in economic development, participation of women in all aspects of development. So as we continue with our further discussion, state on the table before I conclude, percent of the population is left behind, is put out of development. So as we discuss, let's also consider the gender issues that needs to be tackled so that Africa can actually become that prominent player within the shifting geopolitics. UN Women remains committed to partnering with the government of Nigeria, decent job creation, improving the contribution of women and youths in peace processes, and also in the development of the Nigerian economy. Thank you all for listening to me.
Fantastic. Another round of applause for her. You'll agree with me that she's loaded. Thank you so much, Madam, for those words that inspire us to think about how parts of the population are left behind and how leaving behind those parts of the population impacts the whole and leads to low productivity generally of the continent and of the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, before I call on the keynote, I'd like to just use this opportunity to introduce welcome our surgeon, Dr. Frank Ogene. A round of applause for him, please, and welcome the representative of the chairman of the ICPC in Abuja, Mr. Kabir Elelu. A round of applause for him. Okay, as we continue this key Realnews 12th anniversary lecture, it's my honor and privilege to welcome the Executive President, Policy Center for the New South, based in Rabat, Morocco, and the person of His Excellency, Dr. Karim Aynaoui. Round of applause.
Good morning to all of you. Excellencies, Ambassador, Minister Gambari, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, let me thank Maureen and a fantastic team at Realnews for inviting me for this 12th anniversary lecture. It's also a pleasure to be here in Lagos, one of the most dynamic cities of Nigeria, of Africa, and of course Nigeria. Let me say a few words about myself, so it will explain a little bit part of what I'm going to share with you. I come from international financial institution, the World Bank and the Central Bank of Morocco, where I've combinedly spent almost 18 years of my life. I'm now in academia as Dean at the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University in Rabat, and also I did the think tank, the Policy Center for the New South. We come together with Realnews and Maureen as we share a passion about, and I quote her in our introductory remarks, about transformational policy discussions. So this is what we do at the Policy Center. We try to inform policy making. We try to use the knowledge, our expertise. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we said this at the beginning of this program, before the dignitaries came in. Please put your phone in the silent mode. It's totally disrespectful for the phones to be going off in a lecture like this. And please keep it quiet, please. Thank you.
Okay. So what we're trying to do is to develop a corpus of knowledge to respond to the challenges of Africa. And what means for us this changing world, what means for us, as it was offered to us to discuss here, the climate transition, demographics, the changing world, etc. So today, let me share with you a couple of ideas around 5 key points. The first one, let me share with you how we see the world from our think tank, but it is a truly Pan-African institution, as we have 15 nationalities, and including from others, the South in general. The second point will be what the mega trends and what they mean for us, looking again through African glasses. Mega trends being climate, demographics, and digitalization. The third point will be what kind of growth strategy can we have, us here on the continent? And I'll try to distinguish between middle-income countries and low-income countries. The fourth point, I will suggest elements of a method to devise this growth strategy and to navigate between action and vision, between, let's say, science and politics for better policies. The fifth point, I'll say a few words about how can Africa leverage this new world, this changing world that we are seeing unfolding in front of us. So let me now turn to the first point, the world today. You're all very knowledgeable about ongoing dynamics. We don't know the final outcome, if there will be a final outcome anyway. But what we're seeing is a paradoxical world where fragmentation is here in every dimensions, in the multilateral system, but also in economic relations with an explosion of protection measures, of protectionism, with the reshuffling of value chains, so on and so forth. But at the same time, countries, particularly in the New South, are eager to cooperate. There's an explosion at the same time of agreements. I will refrain from using the word alliance, but agreements, partnerships. It is a sort of fair of willingness, excitement from countries to get into groupings. Some have coined the term plurilateralism, multilateralism, and it's quite it's interesting to note this sort of double movement that can be seen as contradictory at first in first value. On fragmentation, let me say a few words because it affects us. It's impossible today to go to economic forums and not have political discussions, which was not the case a couple of years ago. We as economists were sort of celebrating the happy days of globalization. All right, he's happy. So there was no question that politics could be an issue. Today, fragmentation stems mainly from the rivalry between US and China. This rivalry has led to profound transformation. You mentioned the WTO before. It has led to a sort of completely stalled way, despite great work that is done by my friend Rosie, former colleague at the bank. Despite all the efforts, we have to conclude that we're not making a lot of progress. On the contrary, if I just mentioned the explosion in the number of protectionist measures taken by countries, you could see the enormous subsidy programs that are put in place by advanced economies and started with the Inflation Reduction Act in the US as protectionists for economists, subsidy or a tariff. Of course, there's also this fragmentation, the security dimension that has invited itself, and you've been following also the tensions around proprietary technologies in advanced computing, in chips, etc., where they are first looking at through political lenses. We could go on and on that. This sort of rivalry is shaping also our positioning, what we do in Africa, of course. And it has also impact on multilateralism, cooperation at the global level. It has an impact on development finance, as we have not been able to scale up, for instance, the size of the World Bank. We have not been able to enhance cooperation on many areas. That includes climate, although on climate is less pronounced. It has also an impact on the organization of value chains around the world. It is not yet completely clear how it is being affected, but they are being affected. But still, we're seeing some dynamics such as friendshoring, nearshoring. So at some point, countries, in some ways, will have to choose. Industrial policies are back. Governments are heavily intervening in the economy. And for us in Africa, it raises questions. What are our industrial policies? How we want to integrate in this new world through our global value chains, through our kind of specializations we have to offer. We could add to that for norms as well, industrial norms, but also norms. So this is on the European territory and on the Middle East that will be without consequences, as you of course are well aware of. That has led, of course, to increase military spendings in almost every country of the world, including in Africa. So a hardening of relations is ongoing. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our world, a more political world, a more geopolitical world, a world where we are counting our friends, but at the same time, a world that is more open for us in the New South, in Africa, in China. And it is very interesting that the natural tendency of human beings is to cooperate. And as a response to this sort of hardening of the relations. So I'll come back to that when I try to give a couple of ideas on what should we be doing in this kind of world. On the megatrends, which is my second point, let us group them around, as it was proposed by our friends at Realnews, around climate, demographics, and digitalization. On demographics, there are multiple dynamics in the continent. A country like Morocco has a double dynamic. It is aging, as the proportion of over 60 in the population has never been as high as it is today. It is aging, someone over 60. And at the same time, we still have a young, important stock of young population under 30, and we are also affected by the brain drain, as our skilled workers are being attracted by, I would say, intense policies by advanced economies to attract a skilled worker. The same goes here in Nigeria and on the continent in general. So a brain drain, aging population, still a youth bulge that we need to absorb on the labor market. Let me tell you that if you take fertility rates, the top 20th highest fertility rates countries are in Africa. 19 of the 20th are in Africa. The only one missing is Afghanistan. So there is, of course, for us here in Africa, a fantastic opportunity because we have a young population. At the same time, it creates, as I said, challenges for sub-middle income countries of Africa. Aging is already here, as a couple of others. And it has to be taken in a place where there is competition for the best brain. The best brains of Nigeria, their labor market is not only your country, it's the world. So you train them at high cost and then they go, etc. One day they will return. So it's a complex issue and it's a mega trend we have to manage. It's, of course, migration is affecting our relation with the rest of the world. It's affecting our relation particularly with Europe, where in internal domestic policy, it's a very divisive issue. So it is something that will stay in the kind of relations and partnership we have with advanced economies. So if we take digitalization, technology, we can expect profound transformations as artificial intelligence is a generic technology, like electricity was, in a way, is. It will affect all sectors of the economy with profound transformations. And here, we have to note that Africa is lagging behind in terms of the production of knowledge, its capacity, its companies that are working in quantum computing, cloud computing, GPUs, cables, etc., undersea cables, etc. And this is something that will be in the future linked to innovation. If you want to grow, you need higher productivity. You need, of course, to innovate. And that is an enormous challenge, how to integrate technology in public policies, but also simply basic technologies, doesn't have to be the very advanced one, to better serve citizens in public policies, in their relation with public services. That's something that some of it is available. We need to make the best of it. It doesn't have to be produced here on the continent, but in the future, it will become, of course, an issue. Oh, 15 more minutes. Thank you. Not to mention biotechnologies and what they mean for us. I don't know if you've been following the neurotechnology, the progresses recently in neurotechnologies. There are very impressive progress being made. 90%, to give you an idea and conclude on that point, 90% of the world data has been produced over the past 2 years. We're collecting today data on everything. 90% over the past 2 years. That will remain the mega trend for the future, and we need to think, what do we do with these advancements here in Africa, in our public policy to serve our citizens. The third point is, of course, climate. No, not fully aware, no need to develop here, but one point that I think is important, and particularly in a city like Lagos, climate means urbanization for us in Africa, a lot. It is expected that we will add 1 billion people in cities over the next, until 2050 here in Africa. So a huge challenge will be to do this in a sustainable way. Urbanization, roads, buildings, managing liquid and solid wastes, etc., etc. And this is happening in a continent that will see an explosion of its population living on the littoral, particularly here in West Africa, on the Atlantic shores of the continent, with rising sea levels already happening. So that's will remain as a structural, dynamic, fundamental challenge in our public policy, and it needs to be organized and prepared. Organized and prepared. It's not easy to organize the growth of a city, but it needs to be met. So it's going to be risky. It has to do with security if you control the growth of your city, and it's going to be costly. So the second point was about the 3 megatrends, or transitions, if you wish: demography, climate, and technology. My third point is what to do with all this. The transition, the challenges, the kind of world we're seeing unfolding in front of our eyes. Here I would sound a little bit World Bank IMF type of, but I think there is no escape out of sustainable macroeconomic policies. I think you need to have prudent, stable macro aggregates, and it means good macro policies. It means sustainable debt and fiscal policy. It means stable and predictable exchange rates. It means transparent decision-making in the area of macroeconomic policies. Don't forget, this is happening. You need to have sustainable fiscal policy in a context where there are important and crucial challenges, as we said, managing urbanization, etc., etc. So that's going to be a very complex balancing act for governments and to do, notwithstanding the fact that, remember, since the financial crisis, our fiscal is scarring the scars of the multiple crises we had since then. 2028, the commodity booms, the COVID, and for some countries, specific shocks, internal shocks. So the fiscal space has shrunk the inflation bulge that we've seen recently is not completely over, and citizens are not sensitive to inflation growth. Of course they are, but they also are to the price level. And we've seen this recently in the US elections. It has played an important role in the outcome of the elections. So central banks will have to integrate in their policies in a way the notion of the level of prices, which is accumulated inflation, of course, but it's not enough to say inflation is back to 2% or something, depending on what is your target, but you have to be well aware of the track record, what has been accumulated over the previous period. So difficult macroeconomic policies. That's I want to insist on that. And at the same time, you need to prepare for the future, because macroeconomic policies to give the conditions for growth to be at the rendezvous. And so you need structural policies to address, as we said, climate, etc., and to grow and create jobs for your country, for your people, and an increase in productivity at the same time. So most likely we need to engage in industrial policies. Our friends in the advanced economies have done. We need to be very careful about what we do in the area of industrial policies. This has to be country by country. Each country needs to rethink its strategy and to provide level playing field, appropriate competition policies, but also the factors for the private sector to thrive. That I think will remain an important issue in the future. For some countries, it's about a big push in infrastructure. They're lagging way behind, as a precondition to have a more dynamic private sector, lagging behind in terms of network infrastructure, being electricity, roads, telecom, ICTs, etc. So that will need also fiscal space to do. Let me cut here on stop here on the growth strategy and say a few words, which is my fourth point on the method. And of course, that's why I told you where I come from. I think on the method, we're not fully using in most countries of the continent the knowledge accumulated in the academic world to inform public policies. We're not using, including in think tanks. And this relation between academia and public policy making is very important. Institutions like Maureen's institutions, like Realnews, are playing a role, but I think we need to go beyond and to have a more intricate relation on both, which means with the objective of having better policies, more transparent policies, policies that are evaluated and are informed by science. It has to do, and this is what we teach our students, the relative weights of intuition and reason in the way you take decisions. Thinking, acting and thinking, they're both important. And constant evaluation and correction and adaptation of what we do in terms of public policy. So, and it has to do with the fact that most countries and around the world, actually, the whole world, we're still organizing our governments like they were organized centuries ago with ministries, departments, etc., which is what we know how to do, but it has limitations. And I think this model, because of the mega trends I have mentioned and described, I think is not fit for this world. I don't have a response. I don't know how to organize better, but I think some countries are doing better because they are more, there's more space, they have a different culture, and this one country really standing on this is the US, that has been able in its own way to sort of have a modern government organization to face the challenges, although this current government is not happy about it. So it's interesting. The fifth point, and I'll conclude, is, so how can we in Africa leverage this new world? I've already mentioned that we need growth strategies in our countries, but we need, at the African level, it makes a bit less sense. There is the Agenda 2063, but every country needs to review its own growth strategy. Does it make sense? How it makes the best out of this new world? So it's a time for introspections, I would say, in terms of growth policies. In terms of our relation with the rest of the world, it's also time to rethink the worldview for every country and to rethink its relation with the rest of the world. So let's say, what kind of multilateralism? And there are questions that are at the level of countries, and there are questions and issues that are at the level of the continent. So at the level of countries, what are your partners? How do you want to interact with them? But at the I would say, the continental level, it is what kind of world we want us Africans. What do we have to say on multilateralism? Do we care about multilateralism? Yes, we do. We don't want to choose in this ground game of rivalries. We still want to cooperate. We want a reform of the international financial institutions. We want a larger World Bank to finance the big push in infrastructure I have mentioned. Just to tell you a number, the World Bank has $25 billion paid in capital, and it has been able on this basis to do close to $1,000 billion of loan. It's an efficient mechanism. It's an institution that has 8 years old now. So it was built after the 1945 war, made sense at that time, so well, but now we need a new institution for the coming 80 years, I would say. And it has to be, I think, to take into account the needs of Africa. Same goes for the African Development Bank. We need a larger one to finance those needs. As I mentioned, there will be no way out of an large increase in investment for us to grow and provide the jobs for our younger generation. The last point is the narrative about Africa. And here the Policy Center has maybe one point, invest in education as well. So work at the university, 6 Polytechnic University, and we're trying there to be a sort of a university that can deal with the current challenges, not just, kind of university we had for the 20th century, and trying to think what it means, the university, to respond to the challenges here in Africa, here in the New South for us, and to equip our students with what I said earlier on, is 2 sides of things, intuition and reason, action and thinking, which I think will be essential for our continent. Last point, the narrative about Africa. It's essential that the narrative about the continent is made by Africans on the continent. We've been trying at the Policy Center for the New South to do a modest contribution. We're publishing 3 reports annually that are multi-author, multi-country authors. One on the geopolitics of Africa, one on the economies of Africa, and one on Atlantic Africa. For us, it's a way to contribute to this narrative from the continent, which is essential as it shapes perceptions, and it can shape as well the perceptions, of course, of investors about the continent. And I think it's about high time that the narrative about this continent is made here, not somewhere else, one of the largest capitals of advanced economies. So this is, we stand ready actually at the Policy Center to work with the Nigerian think tanks. We do it with many others around the continent. I think you have here a special role to play as Nigeria, an important country of the continent. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karim Aynaoui, who came all the way from Rabat, Morocco. He deserves a resounding round of applause. Again, he's giving us a lot to chew on, different aspects. But as a journalist, you know, we say once a journalist, always a journalist. Something that has caught my attention is the fact that the narrative has to be shaped by us. Enough of the narrative about Africa, about Nigeria being shaped from outside, which means we take the responsibility to truly write our own stories, tell our stories the way they should be told. Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Aynaoui. Another round of applause for me. Okay, so, you know, like we say in Nigeria, the big masquerade is about to appear, and it's my honor and pleasure to call on a very important personality. He was the former Chief of Staff to President Muhammad Buhari, and he was the former Nigeria's permanent secretary to the United Nations. Permanent representative, apologies, okay, to the United Nations. And he'll be talking on Africa in world shifting geopolitics, matters arising on demography, technology, artificial intelligence, and natural resources. I'd like us to give a warm, resounding welcome to Professor Ambassador Ibrahim Agboola Gambari.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. When I hear me being introduced as former this and former that, I said that's okay as long as you don't say former Ibrahim Gambari. If you have said that, I'll probably not be here to hear it. But the chairman of the occasion, Ms. Beatrice Eyong, the country representative of US Women in Nigeria, the keynote speaker, Dr. Karim Aynaoui, Ms. Hadiza Bala-Usman, who I understand is the special advisor to His Excellency President Bola-Tinubu. I understand she's joining us by Zoom. That's excellent, because probably it's not wise to have her and myself in one room at the same time, physically. Her father, as you know, was my colleague, and I regard her as one of the best and brightest among the daughters that we have. I want to also very proud of her. I also want to acknowledge Dr. Halilu Ahmad Shaba, the Director General of the, what did we call it? The former Director General, National Space Research and Development Agency. So that when I talk about artificial intelligence in space, please correct me when I go. Please welcome. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't come all the way from Morocco as Dr. Karim, but I actually traveled longer. I was in the United States just the day before yesterday, and I arrived, and I wanted to make sure that I come to this event. Because to deliver the 12th anniversary lecture of the Realnews magazine and to be part of the accompanying investiture taking place this morning in the Realnews Hall of Fame is really a great honor. It's a tribute also to the unalloyed commitment and single-mindedness of purpose that the publisher and editor of Realnews, Ms. Maureen Shehu, has displayed over the years. The magazine has survived despite lots of competition, despite the fact that many has fallen along the way. And anybody who knows Maureen knows that when she asks you to do something, there's no point saying no. She doesn't take no for an answer. And she has produced me here the chased me all the way to Senegal, but here I am. The theme that has been selected for this 12th anniversary is the place of Africa in the ongoing geopolitical resurgence and realignment, which we're all witnessing in these trying times around the world. It's very appropriate. And I could simply have said, I agree with everything that Dr. Karim has said and stuff, but I don't think you'll be happy to hear that since you have spent a lot of time and energy to be here. But I agree with much of what he has said as a keynote speaker. The point of reference, though, constantly, the World Bank, the IMF, is not something that is now globally acceptable as a framework, because frankly speaking, we've had all the prescription by the IMF and the World Bank over the years, and where has it gotten us? Now that I'm out of government, of course, I can speak a lot more freely. But I recall that in my previous incarnation, as a Minister of Foreign Affairs of Nigeria, 1984-85, when General Buhari was head of state, military. That administration rejected all the prescriptions of the IMF and the World Bank. But we felt that even then, 40 years ago, that it was time that we Africans define our problems and find our solution and develop our institution. Meanwhile, fight for the reform of this global institution that was established in 1945, in which we are very poorly represented, but still maintain the hold on what we should think about how to solve our problems. But you know what happened? The Nigerians knows what happened to us, that government. Anybody volunteer what happened to us? We were thrown out. And I want to share with you today that one of the ambassadors of the leading countries, the leading economies, said to me after we left, and he said, you know, we cannot say that we are happy that your government has been overthrown, but we respected you. I said, that's exactly what we want. We don't want you to like us. We want you to respect us, that we are members of the international community. We are a leader in Africa. We're a leader in our region. And we have contributions to make, you know. But if it's prescription, and we either take it or leave it, and if we leave it, there are consequences, then there's a problem. But I agree with this conclusion that it's about time we define our own problems. We define the ways to resolve it. We are not rejecting partnership. We cannot be in isolation, but partnership in which we are real partners, not a master-servant relationship. Because if your prescriptions have been correct, we should now all be forever happy, living happily. Wouldn't we? But we are not. To make matters worse, what itself is changing. You know? The international community is evolving. The relationship between the global north and the global south is changing. And so, as I reflected on the theme of this anniversary lecture, I was reminded of the popular saying, may you live in interesting times. It is generally thought to have originated from the ancient China, although there is a lively dispute as to whether, when you say, may you live in interesting time, is that a positive or a negative? Well, we may disagree as to whether it's more of a positive than negative, but we cannot disagree that these are times that requires a lot of thought and thinking. And because it is involving change that is taking place at a breathless speed is happening across all spheres of human endeavor. Change is taking place at a velocity that is impressive as is also potentially disorienting. Events in our everyday lives unfold with a rapidity that ensures that even before we accustom ourselves to them, they're already superseded by new happenings. As a matter of fact, some people are even talking about the end of geography, that the development in communication means that, there's end of geography. Okay, so in fact, geopolitical becomes just political if you remove the geo. Yeah. To make matters worse, towards the end of the Cold War and the collapse of the then Soviet Union, and the belief by some American triumphalists that not only are they talking about end of geography, but end of history. Fukuyama was one of the leading exponents of this, that the Cold War has ended, the West has won, triumph for liberal democracy, triumph for market economy, and the world can live happily ever after. And of course, as a political science by training, I know that any talk about the end of history is almost the beginning of nonsense. Because as long as there's the interaction and dynamics between those who want to keep the system as it is that benefit them, and those who want to change the system under which they feel they are disadvantaged, that interaction forces will mean that history will continue forever and forever. So no end of geography, no end of history. And in fact, some people are so carried away, they were talking about history without borders. So that the world is evolving such that not only end of geography, end of history, in fact, history without borders. But again, that's dangerous because it means that you wipe out your history. As the Nigerians say, if you don't know where you are coming from, you will not know where. So no end of history, no history without borders, no end of geography. History must be there, geography must be there, and the contending forces for change as well as for retaining the status quo will have to continue. But then you recall also with globalization that it has benefits, tremendous, but also speaking of economists, one Joseph Stiglitz, I think it was a Nobel Prize winner in economics, wrote a book. The globalization is content. But what has happened is not just, if it were limited to globalization and some discontent, but what is happening is that now there is the globalization of discontent. The globalization of discontent in Europe, in North America, in Africa, in Asia, and elsewhere. So as the world is changing, you have some clear winners. And some of the clear winners are the really countries in the Far East, China, East Asian tigers, and a few others. But at the same time, you have a pushback by those who want to maintain the international system that is beneficial to them. Now, there was a time before of the Cold War when we say the East is red, that the East is going red, communist China. So if the East is not going red, but the East is definitely rising, but the definition of the East will include not just China, but the Japan, so some say the East Asian tigers and the rest of them. Now, the most dangerous power, speaking as a political scientist, is a declining power. Nobody likes to lose privilege, whether nationally or internationally. So you have to handle with great care. Now, it seems to me that precisely because there's resistance to the idea of just globalization, resistance to the idea of a growing challenge to the international order, we have to think very seriously in the African continent. Because you now see some, it's not a unanimous opinion, but a number of people in Western countries, in the United States is, oh, well, we are very worried. And when we're talking to Africa, we are very worried about the role of China in Africa. But why are you worried? It is up to the Africans to decide whether they are worried. And again, another African proverb or Nigerian proverb, if you go to a funeral, a man dies, and people are crying, and there's a woman that is crying louder than the bereaved widow. Then you have to say something. You cannot be crying louder than the bereaved. I'm not saying that there are no elements in, say, the Chinese push or the Russian push, but it's up to the Africans to decide what is best for them, to the extent that is best for them, and to decide who to partner with. And the response, appropriate response, in my view, and it's becoming the view of many African countries, is not to be caught up in this anti-China, anti-East, declining power, ascending power, but what is in the best interest of Africa. And the best interest of Africa, again, speaking as a political scientist, is multipolarism. A world that is not dominated by either the West or the East, but a world that is multipolar, that has a framework for all of us to be able to be accommodated. And where Africa is not called upon to align itself as a matter of routine. By the way, those words were, guess what, by the first prime minister and only prime minister of Nigeria. We've only had one prime minister. Doesn't that surprise so many? Only one. And in speaking at the United Nations General Assembly on the ascension of Nigeria as a 99th member of the United Nations, he said, and I quote, Nigeria will not be aligned as a matter of routine. In other words, don't call us to just follow you as a matter of routine. It's up to us to decide how best to be aligned. And that's why non-alignment was appropriate then. But even then, you now have to adjust that non-aligned concept in line of growing realities in the world. And to me, the real refinement will have to be in the context of multipolarism, multilateralism. It was President Castro came to the United Nations, happened to be present when I was listening to him, and he prefaced his speech. He said, to live in a world dominated by two powers is very difficult. But to live in a world dominated by one power is impossible. So we have to live in a world of multiple centers of powers and of interests. And that is really the point that we have to make as the way forward in adjusting to this emerging world order. I want to make another point, that the push and pull of these changes, of the contest between those who want to maintain the system and states that benefit them and those who want to oppose them, is that there are some unintended consequences. For example, the Western countries had wanted to see how they can enlarge NATO, expand NATO. And you can see that one unintended consequence was that you had a pushback by the Russians and Ukraine, Ukraine was applying for membership of NATO, and Russia pushed back. Now we have a war. Who suffers the most when there are wars? The representative of the UN Women, and correct, women and children. I myself have been involved in peacekeeping operation in Angola, in Darfur, which was my last. Guess who suffers the most? The children, and who are suffering the most in Gaza? The women and the children. Okay. Who are suffering the most in Ukraine? The women and the children. So we have to bring the war to an end in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Ukraine. But guess what? The institution that was built to prevent war, and if they can't prevent war, to stop war, is United Nations. One of the unintended consequences of development that's happening was the impotence of the United Nations, which was created to prevent war. If you look at the charter, it says, we the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generation from the scourge of war, which twice in the lifetime of the founding fathers brought untold sorrows to mankind. So it's supposed to be war prevention. But failing to prevent war is to stop it. And which is the organ to stop it? The Security Council. But look at what has become of the Security Council. Missing in action. Ukraine, Gaza, Lebanon. Because it is it's a institution that is not fit for purpose and anachronistic. Africa is the only continent with no permanent seats in this Security Council. And until the Security Council reform and expanded in both categories, permanent and non-permanent, and Africa is given its rightful place, the United Nations will continue, and the Security Council will continue to be impotent in the principal responsibility of that organization. Now, we know that the entire seaboard of Africa is already dotted with those who are competing for influence in the south of Nigeria, in our neighborhoods, in the Gulf, East African Gulf. The last thing we need now is really a more unstable international, or there are more competition in arms race, which is brought to our doorstep. And people forcing us to choose either between France or Russia. We should choose us over Russia, over China, over the West. It's about us, and our survival is at stake. Now, and this competition for African resources, for African influence, is going to some absurd level, whereby every country now wants to have summit meeting with all the 54 leaders of Africa. So you have Africa-China summit, Africa-India summit, Africa-Japan summit, Africa-France summit, Africa-UK summit, Africa-US summit. Why don't they come to us? We should, I think, my solution, in my view, is or a rule of engagement. If they want to talk to us, let them come to Addis. We're all there. We devoted a day or two for conversation with these powers. You won't hear anybody who is currently serving. You don't hear anybody who is currently serving in the UN or in World Bank. But I mean, why not? Why should anybody just someone? By the way, it's also part of our fault. You know, sometimes I'd witness it, more of our African leaders will be attending those conferences than they will attend the African summit in Addis Ababa. Go and check. You know. So if you reduce yourself to being someone, the Turkey African summit, very soon we will have Greek African summit, or any other, or Singapore African summit. Anybody with some cash to spare will really, and yet I believe with well over 1 billion people, I'm going to be disciplined and not speak too long. Because when you give a microphone to an ambassador who's been also who's a professor of international relations, you know when to start, you don't always know when to stop. But I'm going to be disciplined. Thank you, thank you very much. So I'm going to stop very soon. But I just want to make the point very clearly that we should not, with that, we are not just bystanders. With over 1 billion people and with an overwhelmingly youthful population, the African continent is destined for a significant role in the demographics of the world, in a context in which populations are both declining and aging rapidly in many other parts of the world. And by the way, that's also, there's a contradiction within the West. There's a contradiction between their economics, Dr. Hakim is here, and their politics. The economics is that they actually need us because population is aging. They need labor. But their politics is anti-us, anti-immigration. Look at the US also now. They so much anti-immigration. We have the new president there that's going through a massive deportation of people, even though that will lead to higher prices, food prices. But that's the politics. But the economics is that you should, because your population is declining, you need the workforce. You need those who can make contribution. And ironically, as you know, and I think Nigeria should be proud of this, that the most educated foreign population in the United States are Nigerians. And doctors who are to all leave United Kingdom, all leave America, their health systems will be very serious. But they are not, that's not, their politics is to be anti-us. But we now have a major political party in the UK who is of Nigerian origin, is talking down about us just to promote politics. But Nigeria's head is, but Nigeria's head is hard though. Nigeria head is hard. Anybody who fights Nigeria, you have consequences. We have consequences. So let us keep our youth here. Let's keep our most educated people here. Let us readjust our politics to take advantage of what is really an asset. And women, by the way, the representative of we mostly see women as victims, and you are right. It is a sad commentary that the proportion of women in our National Assembly is actually declining since 1979. Take Rwanda. The population of women in their parliament, although it's a special situation, is the highest in the world. And when you exclude your women from being in government, by the way, we've never managed to elect. They are saying now in the US they have not managed to elect a female president. In Nigeria, we have not even managed to elect a woman governor in any of the 36 states. Yeah. So we have to empower women and we have to give them their due share of contribution. And so we take advantage. Excuse me, please. It's very disrespectful to be talking when you have a speaker that you have invited to speak. And if nothing else, at least the age, respect the age. That was this, I've been 80 years old this month. We have benefited a lot by respecting our elders. So listen, I believe that we should take the advantage of the African demographic dividend in a renewed season of global geopolitics. Effectively means that the countries of the continent must build national and regional strategies to leverage the energy, the innovative acumen, and the futuristic vision of its young people in order to ensure that a new world order takes place in which we are positioned to be joint rule makers, including Dr. Karim made some suggestion about what is to be done. Maybe not surprisingly, my own focus is actually strengthening African institutions. Let us strengthen African institutions while we fight for the reform of the United Nations, for the reform of the international financial institution. Let's strengthen our own institution. The African Union is there to be strengthened. We have the African Development Bank. You know what? Successful African institutions sometimes raise the tendency of the outsiders want to take over. You know that the African Development Bank, our own bank, development bank, has to resist the so-called non-regionals, that's those contributors, shareholders outside our country. They want to take over. Why do you think they want to take over? Because it works. So let us make sure our institution works. Let us and be competitive, you know. They are perfecting located somewhere in Egypt, in Cairo. You can not see some hard from Africa, Caribbean, the connections. We have a fantastic Nigerian who is head of that bank. Okay. Let's strengthen that. Let us strengthen ECOWAS. Let us strengthen African economic communities so that they become the pillars on which an eventual African economic community will be built, so as to make the reality of the African continental free trade area, which, if is working properly, with the biggest free trade area in the world. Let us, on peace and security, which is also my area, let us make a reality of what we call African Standby Force that's supposed to be operational by 2015, where we will now have brigades from each of the 5 regions, build them, make them ready, so that when there are crises, we don't wait for UN to act. We don't wait for anybody to act. We act to prevent atrocities, to protect women and children, to protect refugees and others who are suffering whenever there are wars and conflicts. So, in closing, I will say that the import of all what has been said before me and what I have said is simple. Although there's no doubt that we are in the throes of rapid, complex, multidimensional change in global affairs, it's equally important to know that the outcome of the ongoing geopolitical shifts are not necessarily destined to be at the expense of or to the detriment of our people and continent. We can only be marginalized if we consent, which we should never consent to our own marginalization. That means that we must be ready to harness our abundant human and natural resources to disrupt our development. It has eluded us for too long. It's also why the rules of the New World Order are being written. You recall that sometimes we are invited to say a rule-based international order. Who should be opposed to that? But whose rules? What order? Who are making those rules? Okay. And are they applying it fairly, without discrimination? So if the answer is no, that we don't have a rule-based order that is universally applied without discrimination, so that if somebody is committing an international crime, violation of international human rights, violation of international, then it should be the act of the crime, not the political complexion of the criminal, that will determine our response. So we are for rule-based order, provided that we are part and parcel of making the rules. That's something that I believe we have to take seriously. It also means that we cannot afford, as I mentioned, to see on the sidelines, and so any global order that is being forged must reflect our values, our aspiration for a fairer, a more inclusive and equitable world. In 1991, sorry to take you back, I was privileged to be ambassador of Nigeria at the United Nations, and the then chairman of the African Union, OEU, as was then known before transformation, was our own president, Ibrahim, and he came to state the position of the African Union, the OEU at that time, in the idea of an evolving new world order. And he said, and I want to quote in closing, he said, we want a new world order, please listen carefully, that is collectively defined, collectively designed, and collectively defended. You cannot ask us to keep defending an order which we are not involved in design and conceptualization. That is not fair, that is not equitable. To me, that is the kind of world order that we'll be fighting for. And what he said in 1991 is just as true now as it was then. In fact, we should speak louder about that, so that we live in a safer, more prosperous, fairer world in which we are part and parcel, not on the sidelines. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. I think it deserves a standing ovation, ladies and gentlemen. That's a compendium of history, compendium of knowledge, compendium of experience, compendium of exposure. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that rich talk with quotes down memory lane, and how beautiful it will be for Africa to fashion its own solutions. How beautiful it will be for Africa not just to follow as a matter of routine. How beautiful it will be for Africa and its diaspora that makes up a huge chunk of the world's intelligence to help fashion out solutions for Africa that will make Africa the first world in years to come. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Okay, so that sets a tone for where we're going next, which is going to be a brief discussion about Professor Gambari's talk. And I will call on Engineer Shehu Tijjani, the Managing Director of Amal Technologies, to give a few remarks. We also have online already discussants and special guests, Mrs. Hadiza Bala-Usman, and we'll be taking let's say 3 questions or comments from the audience, and it is first come, first served. So if you are interested in asking a question, if you're interested in making a short comment, I'd like us to show by a raise of hand. If you do, thank you, sir. That's number 1. Okay. That's number 2. And we have 1 more slot. That's number 3. How come they are all men? They are all men. What are the women? It's time not to be counted. Okay, Prof says we'll start with the men, no problem. Can we put our hands together for Engineer Shehu Tijjani, Managing Director of Amal Technologies? Thank you.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Shehu Tijjani Abdullahi. I'm the founder of Amal Technologies Limited, the first of its kind tech company in the entire sub-Saharan Africa. So a lot has been said by His Excellency and the keynote speaker. So I don't want to actually delve too much into that, but I will only speak regarding technology because this is my area. The importance of Africa in the shifting dynamics of world geopolitics cannot be overemphasized, particularly in relation to its demographics, technological advancement, artificial intelligence, and natural resources. Demographically, Africa has one of the youngest population globally, which represent both opportunities and challenges, because a youthful workforce can drive growth. Can drive economic growth, can create jobs and innovation. However, there is a significant, there is an importance We need to invest heavily in the education, trainings, to be able to harness these potentials, effectively. In terms of technology, the whole world is excited about the emergence of artificial intelligence and the advancement in that area. And I can see that Africa has joined that, trend of that excitement. But we cannot immediately tap into that industry without, first of all, identifying the entire value chain of the artificial intelligence we're talking about. And then we now need to look into the supply chain. First of all, the value chain of artificial intelligence, we have the designing part of it. We have the manufacturing, and then we have the testing, packaging, and assembly. And if you're talking about the manufacturing, that takes us to semiconductor. And I'm sure some of us here this is the first time we're hearing about semiconductor, because in this part of the world, it's not something that is common. Although it's been taught in our universities, but we do not have industries that are actually into microelectronics. So semiconductors are the things, the electronics or the devices or the chips that power those artificial intelligence. And it's so sad that these chips, these microelectronics, the raw materials are found in Africa, especially in Nigeria. I keep saying this, Nigeria is one of the few countries that I know that has the complete supply chain of any technological device in terms of raw materials. For instance, if you look at this mobile phone I'm holding here, it has, I think, 3 to 4 major raw materials, major components. You have the printed circuit board, which we call motherboard here, and then you have the microelectronics that are assembled on it, then you have this metal. So let me start with the motherboard. It will surprise some of us here that motherboard, the raw materials are actually found there in Nigeria. They are copper. And then if you look at the chip itself, it is a silica sand, which we have them in abundance in Nigeria. What happened to these raw materials? No one is utilizing, no one is harnessing those potentials that have been there. Only we have the foreign countries coming to our country to extract those raw materials without adding any value and then export them, produce a finished product, and then we're all excited to use those products. So before we can be able to play a critical role in this industry, we need to start looking at understanding those value chain, as I mentioned earlier on, looking into those raw materials and see how we can also tap into it. For instance, if you want to come and extract our silica sand, we need to tell you, you cannot just extract those silica sand and then export them. You need to at least maybe refine them here by adding value, creating jobs, and then before you can actually extract them, before you can actually export them. So for Africa, the talent is there, but the basic infrastructure for us to be able to tap into that, the artificial intelligence or technologies are not there. That's why we as a company, once we realize this gap and we try to fill that gap by setting up the first of its kind an end-to-end manufacturing company, whereby we are able to produce locally using our source raw materials to produce all these electronics like point of terminal, POS, mobile phone chargers, energy meters. That's why we're the biggest currently in Nigeria and the entire sub-Saharan Africa in terms of this kind of things. So the next thing for us that we realize is to fully go into that semiconductor, because as I mentioned, that is the next thing, artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence are built on those chips. And those chips are being produced and made from silica sand, and we all have them in most of those states in Nigeria and in other African countries. So in overall, my comment is that Africa, can play a critical role in these industries in terms of our demographic trends, the technological advancements and the natural resources we have. We just need to harness them and then create an institution to make sure that all these things have been, effectively followed. Thank you very much for listening.
Another round of applause for him. That is a sign that we have this. If we can have an end to the God-given natural resources inside the ground, on the ground, and the brains to be able to do this, there's nothing stopping us. We are unstoppable, and we shall remain unstoppable. Okay, thank you so much, Engineer Shehu Tijjani, for believing in your country and doing something about it. Hey, so we're going to call on the guest discussant, Mrs. Hadiza Bala-Usman, to also make a comment, 5 minutes, after which we hand over the microphone to the chair to make a comment about it, and then we can take the comments. Okay? Okay, so if you're ready, Hadiza Bala-Usman, and if you're listening,
yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, I am. Good afternoon,
okay,
ladies and gentlemen.
5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on established protocols. I'd like to recognize our keynote speaker for his extensive deliberation and submission. Dr. Karim has been able to expatiate on details around the topic of this seminar. I'd also want to recognize my father, my protector, my supporter, Professor Gambari, who has always been a big supporter of myself, a good friend of my father. Thank you very much, sir, for the very detailed submission and presentation you've made. You always make me proud. I'm a university child, an ABU child, and with that, I'm following slowly behind all of you. The UN Permanent Representation for Women, the chair of the occasion, my own sister, the publisher of Realnews. I would like to apologize for my inability to be there in person. I had promised you that I'll be there, but due to unforeseen commitments at work, I wasn't able to be there in person. So I would like to apologize for that. On that note, I'll quickly speak to some of the issues that were raised by the lecturer and also highlight some of the areas that speak to the work that I do as a special advisor to the President on Policy and Coordination and the head of the Central Result Delivery and Coordination Unit of the Federal Government of Nigeria. It is indeed an honor to join the management and staff of Realnews in celebrating the 12th anniversary lecture. From what I have seen in the past few years, that I have become acquainted with your publication, it is an institution that has consistently upheld the highest standard of journalism, while at the same time fostering critical discourse on Nigeria and Africans' development. I would like to congratulate you on this milestone and also for choosing this very topical title for this particular discourse around Africa in a world shifting geopolitics. Matters arising around demography, technology, artificial intelligence, and natural resources. This is a very apt theme as it recognizes the challenges of where we sit, indeed Nigeria as a country and also the larger continent. As a citizen of Nigeria and as also a member of President Bola Tinubu's administration, I have firsthand knowledge on the pressing needs for Africa and the strategic navigation and shifting gears that we're experiencing in the last few years. Africa has a huge population, and that population is indeed a global asset for us. We also recognize the need for larger understanding of innovation, artificial intelligence, as has been detailed just a few minutes ago by my co-discussant, where he highlighted what it is and what is required for the continent to achieve its potential in technology and also in the artificial intelligence era. I would like to recognize and note the contributions that were made around the issue about what the World Bank and indeed the IMF has taken from us so far. Africa needs to define its own chart. We need to define what we want. We need to have an understanding of what it is we want from development partners and for them to know that we need to take lead in what it is that we require in terms of support, in terms of assistance. We also need to note the challenge around the availability of natural resources within the continent and its relevance for us as Nigeria and the larger space. We need to do the necessary articulation required for us as a continent to be able to attain what we feel is our global position and our global place within the world as a whole. in our country and our administration, we're clearly charting a path for Nigeria to lead the African continent. We're working assiduously to ensure that Nigeria recognizes its role and own its place in dominance regarding its large population, and also within the need for us to expand and grow our GDP. I would like to also note the gaps that exist within our social investment across the continent, and for us to strive to see how we can expand on such social safety net, recognizing the span and extent to which we have vulnerable population. On that note, I would like to thank you once again for hosting this event, and also to once again apologize for my inability to be here in person. So thank you very much for the keynote and the lecturer for such an expansive presentation. I look forward to any questions that may be asked towards my area of competence and the work that I do. And I wish you all fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for keeping to time. I think Professor Gambari set the tone for that. Thank you so much. I'd like to just quickly recognize some people who are online. Ms. Deborah Ogazuma, thank you for joining. Mr. Chudi Udeni, Arowono Abdulaziz, thank you. Yemi Yesufu, thank you. Mohammed Luluchi, thank you. Dayo Oketola, thank you. Y.I. Olaleye, thank you. Niro Adedokun, thank you. Hakim Bello, thank you. Paul Okolo, thank you. Sunday Alawode, thank you. Olabisi Deji Folutile, thank you. Larry Shegunlin, thank you. Oluwatosin Odushola, thank you. Ayodeji Aranshiola, thank you. Dr. Sanusi Ohiare, thank you. And Farida Sada, thank you. I also like to use this opportunity to extend warm greetings and thank you to all those who have tuned in from the Policy Center of the New South, a global think tank based in Rabat, Morocco. So we're global, we're continental. Thank you all for tuning in. For all those who are, watching via Facebook and the streaming, thank you for your time and thank you for keeping faith with us. I hand over the microphone to the chair, Ms. Beatrice Eyong. Thank you, ma'am.
Can we give a round of applause for our MC? Our MC has us up all this time. And I think we still need to give a round of applause for our keynote speakers. And I'm happy that my dear sister was there, even though she's online. At least she contributed to put a feminine voice on all. So we have we're coming towards the interactive session. And I just wanted to round up that from the first speaker up to our dear sister, we've seen that the context of Africa within this shifting geopolitics has been nicely laid. Every one of us knows what are the issues, in terms of demographics, the issues in terms of technology, the issues, migration, and all those things have come up. Even the place of Africa, even the UN Security Council, is it still good for purpose? Those were the questions that were actually coming on. Where is the place of Africa within the UN Security Council, the need for the UN to be there? And we've also seen what Africa should be doing. We've seen the challenges, but we've also seen the opportunities that are there. We have opportunities, we have our young population, creative, intelligent, educated. Yes, we do have that. We do have that. It's true that in terms of demographics, some people may say it could be a positive and it could be a challenge. But I think I go along with the line of Elon Musk. Some of you may not like him, but there's one thing I get from him is that the world has not even reached the population that is needed. For him, that is what he's saying. While some other ones are saying, no, there's need to cut, there's need to cut. So it depends upon which spectrum you're looking at demographics. But at least we are saying that we have our young people, their energies are there, they are also educated, they have skills, they are very, very creative. And we've seen that the environment is polarized. But again, as we heard, say it's not necessary to have just two countries controlling everything, or one country. We need to have multiple powers, multiple centers of powers. That came very strong from our ambassador, our excellency. He put it very well on the table that Africa needs to think about itself, where it has to position itself. So there are proposals that there are recommendations that were given in the line of looking at our economic. Dr. Karim talked about the current macroeconomic development that has to be done in an intentional way. And we talked about the need to look at the kind of education that we are giving our young people. And then we looked at, also talked about the fact that Africa has to actually think seriously on how it has to position itself and how it has to be regarded, not summoned. So you have Japan and the African continent. I think very soon we'll have other smaller Asian countries calling for African head of states to come. So all those things were there. We heard about the issue of technology. The technology, we have most of the raw materials here, and we need to be involved in value addition instead of just giving our raw materials away. So in a nutshell, what has come out today is that Africa can play a real role. Africa can seize its advantage. Africa can leverage on what it has and what it is and what it can do. So I'm not going back to into details what our speakers have said. What I think now is that we should move ahead with the questions so that people can have more clarification. So I think we started, there were three people. Number one, please, yes. Please give your name, your name and some your address or who you are. Let's know who is speaking to us. Some of us, we are just looking, we don't really know. And then you give your question. You may also like to tell us who you want the person to answer. Okay, maybe you come over here if you can move. You can move here. Yeah, that's what it can be done now. So you can move here.
Just short questions to Prof. One, and the other one to one. Even Prof can handle both questions. I am Martin Soloja. I am immediate past managing director and editor-in-chief of The Guardian newspaper. So, Prof, now that you are out of government, you can also answer some questions. And you don't have anything to fear. You are very close to 80. You have been a very responsible since it's nothing. It's a very it's not a very simple question. Prof, really, maybe you would need to. Some of us who are younger will need to hear from you. Why is it possible for people, intellectuals in government, who are policy advisors, why is it impossible to influence policies, programs, and projects for the benefit of my kind of the citizens? Because as you spoke, we have so many educated people. You also said the biggest minority, most educated minority, yes, Nigerians. It's on journals already, it's recorded. It is there. But these people can't stay at home. The operating environment here is not good. Government policies, they always bring into government some of the worst among us. Why the worst among us are around political people, political leaders ruling the rest of us. Why is it that it's been impossible for people like you who have been around the powerhouse to influence and even advise those people? Like anytime they call them Africa, China summit, you'll be ready to go. Why has it been impossible for people like you have walked around the world? You are experienced, and there are so many that have come. And I told those professors at AME, they have been there, so many of these people. But why has it been impossible to influence people to do the right thing? What is the impediment? That's number one. Number two, when are we going to be able to influence political leaders to invest robustly in education? Look at what is happening in UI that we are beginning to see. That was they can't find electricity at the stepped up by the University in London College. You have had several times how that some people even in Saudi Arabia and others were coming to the same UI. But if we can't equip UI among other institutions, including our educational institutions, to be able to produce artificial intelligence to do this, we just had also that even the Artificial Intelligence Center in West Africa was supposed to be in Nigeria. But because educational institutions offering computer science, computer engineering were not well equipped, even when a Nigerian was the head of Google in West Africa, they took it to Ghana, where they found an institution. When are we going to be able to get policies and plans and programs to invest in education so that
Thank you. He's very, very passionate about it, and you can see the passion. Okay,
Thank you. We move to the second person.
yes, second.
Please, can it be straight to the point?
I'll try. My name is Ikeja. I work for Center for Financial Advice. I'm going to treat, but I'm standing for a very brilliant lecture. Thank you very much. Now, my question goes to Dr. Karim. Dr. Karim, Africa now, most of the time, when people are doing any kind of research or studies, you talk about North Africa, you talk about Sub-Saharan Africa. How comfortable do you feel about that? Because it does appear that we have two continents in one continent. Then the second leg of my question is, do you, a Moroccan, or the whole of North Africa, believe in Africa? Because it does appear that you are leaning towards Arab instead of Africa. That is why people from Europe, America, and even Arab region all are on visa. A Nigerian cannot go to any of the Northern African countries without visa. In fact, I found it easier to get, to get an American visa or UK visa or any other visa than that of Egyptian visa, that of Egypt. So
Why is it so? Do you people actually believe in Africa?
Okay, thank you for your question. These are powerful questions. Powerful questions. Yeah. But we needed to have one woman to ask one question. Just sit there.
Good afternoon. Maybe I should speak for the woman because my mother is a woman, so I can represent her. So my question, my name is Shehu, president of World Stage. So actually, what would have been my question was the one that was first asked. So I will now try to ask another one. Because I also believe the fact that in a forum like this, we keep on talking, we keep on seeing very deep wisdom. We keep on saying the fact that our people are very intelligent. Our people are very intelligent about our problems and the way forward, but we keep on not being able to follow up and get the right thing. That's what the fact that we have very intelligent people in government. So I want to now ask from Mr. Tijjani about your involvement in terms of what you are doing now. What kind of encouragement, do you get from government? How are you being able to, succeed and continue because of, government policy and all those stuff? Are you comfortable? Do you think there's still hope, in terms of for the youth, for people that really want to maybe go into technology? Is the atmosphere still okay, And what do you think that government should still do? Because as far as we are concerned, all the problems we are talking about now, there's something we call economic power. If Africa can really, be in charge of economic power, let us talk about technology now. There are some strategic, what's it called, companies in the world that controls technology. So if we can also have economic power, we can get to where we are going. So as for you, are you really comfortable with, as policy, government, and what you are getting to be able to build, the technology that can shape, the vision of this country? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, can I just take one more? If the women are not putting up their hand, I'll just take one last one and we close.
Thank you very much for this great opportunity. My name is Cornelius Udonfia. I represent the Gladiators magazine. My question goes to our boss, Professor Gambari. Now, Donald Trump is coming back to power as a second term, as his second coming.
Let's leave him talk.
His second coming. Sir, what is the future of Africa? Because a lot of Africans are really panicking when the man won the election. Thank you.
Okay, that's why we shape our own. Okay, a woman.
Sorry, but can you come here? The camera is exactly. Sorry.
We now have the woman I was looking for.
And I'm the senior sister to the publisher.
Okay. Wow.
Yes. My question is based on artificial intelligence and trades and operations amongst, especially in West Africa. But I want particularly to ask the impact of tensions among the world powers, especially the US and China, and how it will affect Africa in general, the African nation and the unity of nations. Then I'm also worried on the trade agreements between the African states. Why is it not being kept? Is it because of the nature of our leadership in these countries? Is it because of the poor quality of provisions of facilities, infrastructures, and housing? How are we going to, what do we do to get it right, especially as it affects women and children in times of these challenging times with IDPs all over the place? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question because it's important, it's touching serious issues. So I am going to, first of all, allow our father here to answer. I think there are serious questions that were given to him. I will allow him to answer the question and then go to Dr. Karim and Mr. Tijjani. And if necessary, we'll go back to Hadiza Usman. So the floor is your side. Please, let's clap as a
Thank you very much for those simple questions. One is directed at me, and one is supposed to also be the second one. The second question on the first intervention says that I could also answer it, but I will actually pass it back to Dr. Karim on the terms in terms of investment in education, because I think he is more into the issue of investments. But I agree with you. I was in the University of Ibadan yesterday at the convocation for the graduation for medical students, as well as other graduate students and honorary degrees. I was not giving one honorary degree, but I told them they were apologizing. We said, don't keep record. I actually received one 2011, 13 years ago. Well, that's a different issue. So I would like Dr. Karim to look at the whole issue of investment and priorities that African countries develop and should develop, particularly if we are to meet the changing global environment and to be competitive in the world that where ICT, artificial intelligence, becoming even more prominent. The third, the question from the second question was not directed at me, but I want to take a shot at it. That is the issue of North Africa and South Africa, South Sahara, and then of course can add to it. So pass it to Dr. Karim, but I want to take the question of the second coming of Donald Trump. Now, back to your question. You see, you have to, and I'm surprised, you know, as any you know that the government is running concentric circles. At the top is usually those who get power by election or those who take power by the dots. And then you have ministers who are, in our case, the constitutional arrangement, which means that one minister, at least there should be one minister from each of the states of the federation. I think there should be, we have to take a second look, because you need that initially you have to have minimum 36 ministers. Now, the time that I was minister, there were only 18 of us. And I think we ran a tight ship for those. It was a very tricky, but 36 ministers minimum. I think we now have 45. Then you have advisors, you know, and most times, the people we call intellectual, and they can come as advisors. Sometimes, but they are not in power. You know, they are not in power. They don't take power either through the votes. They are not elected, and they don't take power through the guns as military. And you recall one president. I will keep the name, but you must know who said these advisors. I don't have to take their advice. So they didn't say so, but I agree. So if you have the person who is elected and says, I'm elected, so I don't have to take the advice of advisors. So my take is two directions. If you really want people of experience, people of talent, then you
have to vote for them. You have to get them into the political system. You know, but you already know the selection process of leadership is very difficult. To be candidate for even member of this for a senator, you know what it takes in Nigeria, governor, for president. Where are we prepared to, as electorate, to pay attention to how political parties are organized, how they organize their primaries, and how they select candidates for elections? And we're not. So if you are not part of the process of the selection of leadership, and other people get into power and they appoint advisors, why are you surprised that they are not as effective as they should be? Why? You know, so it's important to make sure that we elect people who recognize the value of knowledge, the value of experience, and who will effectively use them. And so that by the quality of their policies and the qualities of the implementation of their policies, we will see a lot of changes. But if we let business as usual, and then don't be surprised at the result. Having said that, it doesn't mean that political leaders don't ignore, because they want to succeed. Why do you think, reflect, why do you think military rulers always have more academicians, more professors as ambassadors, as ministers? Because of the issue of legitimacy. They believe the only way they can build legitimacy is to have policies that work, that get the support of people. But when you have the democratically elected president or governors, they feel, well, they're elected and you can run the country the way they want. And if you don't like it, wait to the next election. Or go to court. North Africa and Africa South, the Sahara has never been meant to be a divide. Trans-Saharan trade historically has been a venue for exchange of ideas, religion, trade, technology. But guess who, you know, when colonialism came, divide and rule, then that's when they say Africa north of the Sahara, Africa south of the Sahara. That's why we say we must reject those characterizations. There's one Africa represented at the African Union. That is why the first Secretary General to come from the African continent is Egyptian. Now, there are more Arabs in Africa than in the Middle East. So don't we must not accept divisions, you know, and by belonging to the same organization, which is the African Union, then we should make sure that we function. Now, in the United States, go and check, State Department, they don't put their North Africa as, not as part of Africa. The Bureau of African Affairs does not include Morocco, Egypt. That's their business. Our business should regard Africa as Africa, because in our unity lies our strength. That's why, if you notice, the founding fathers of the OEU included Nasser. The king of Morocco was instrumental in the formation of, if you remember, Casablanca powers, in the formation of the group that eventually led to the OEU. So I'm not bothered about what others say. I'm bothered about what we do to maintain our unity, because that lies our strength. Finally, the second coming of Donald Trump, November 5th. I tell people, November 5th, that's an American election by Americans for Americans. So it's their choice. You know, who they choose have consequences, but it's up to us to define the rules of engagement and how we engage with the American, whoever is president. And one last point I want to make, and I'm making this passionately, which is that another proverb, you know, when you get my age, you go back to proverbs. And you tell stories. That's the privilege of. Now, they say an African proverb is you can't dip your hand in the same river twice. By the second time you dip your hand in the river, it has the word that Donald Trump is coming to second time is changing. It's not the same thing as Africa. We are not the same as we were the first time. We defend our interests, they defend their interests, and we find common areas of agreement, strengthening, and when there's disagreement, we state it and we work it out. But I tell you, Africa will adjust, the world will adjust, irrespective of whoever is elected as the president of the United States. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Your Excellency, Gambari, you answered the question. I won't come back on the history, but you shouldn't see Morocco as only an Arab country. It's Berber, it's Arab, it has Jews origin, population of Jews origin, and Africa. And it is in our constitution, by the way, at the onset of the constitution. Other countries are members of the Arab League. I think Sudan is one, Djibouti is one, and it's you ask me a personal question, do I believe in Africa? I can tell you yes, and check what I write. So go on the Policy Center for the New South website, it's very concrete. Check also the proportion of the work we do. We published around 200 pieces a year at the think tank. And I think 1/4 at least is focused on Africa exclusively. And the rest, much of it is looking at Africa from, at the world from Africa. So just to give you a number also, Morocco is the largest investor, foreign investor in West Africa. And sometimes first, sometimes second and third. So on the history side, you responded very well, so I don't have anything to add. So thank you.
So we're going to have our engineer. Yes. To answer the question, whether you've received encouragement from the government.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, because I get that many times, because a lot of people believe you cannot have this kind of maybe facility without the support of the government. Yes, we did got support from the government, from Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. They are our partners, and you know they have a local content act that says they need to support the local content. But they didn't just support us like that, but they saw what we have built and they see that this is commendable and just have to tap into that. Especially when you have a lot of people that believes in this JAPA and all those things. But we stayed behind. We said, look, we have to move Nigeria from consumer into a productive state. We have to produce what we consume. We believe in, tapping into our raw materials, extracting those things, and then add value to it. So I think that is one thing that attracted them to us, and then that is why they support us. They have a partnership with us. However, look, these things, we as a people have to believe in the country. We have to believe in ourselves. We are the only one that can fix the country. We are the only one that can create the content or the country we want. And all this thing about the technology or whatever, I think someone mentioned about North Africa, why some researchers go to North Africa. I keep saying to people, look, Nigeria, we have so much talent that I believe Nigeria is the smartest on earth. But the problem is those basic infrastructure that will allow us to thrive are not there. And then again, we as a citizen also have a responsibility to also try to build these things before the government can support you. We can't just only rely on the government, or or maybe you say you want to go to UK and do all those things. We also have to do something. We have to build all these things ourselves. Then you can get the support you need from the government and all those things. All those North Africans that he was talking about, they have those basic infrastructure. Until when we started, I think only in South Africa and North Africa you have companies that produces motherboard, and they also have one advantage, which is because of their proximity with the Europe. So Europeans, because of cheap labor, they go to Morocco, they go to Tunisia to go and produce their motherboard. But no one in the entire of Sub-Saharan Africa, in the entire of West Africa is doing all those things. But we say to ourselves, look, where there is a challenge, there is an opportunity. Nigeria is a land of opportunity. It's a virgin land. I keep saying this. And sadly, all those raw materials, as I mentioned earlier, are found in Nigeria. So we say, look, we also want to create like the Silicon Valley. We want to create, I don't know what you want to call it in Nigeria, whereby we're able to bridge that gap of manufacturing by identifying all those raw materials and then, start adding value into them. Thank you.
Thank you to our speakers, and thank you for the questions that you've been asking. And I want to thank the organizers for taking this time up to arrange to organize this event. But I think for me, what I'm living with is that we have a changing context, but Africa can still play a major role if it handles some of the things that we've been talking about. So we can create the Africa we want if we become intentional, deliberate, and serious on what we need to do. Thank you.
That's a beautiful note to end, deliberate and serious about our intentions. Thank you, madam. I'd just like to use the opportunity to recognize the head of Chancery, Ghana High Commission, in the person of Betty Danso. You're welcome. A round of applause for Betty Danso. Okay. Yes, I have one more person, but I'm waiting the name. We're now going to go into the induction into the Realnews Hall of Fame and to present the plaques to our inductees. I'm going to be calling on some people to assist us to make those presentations, and in no particular order. In no particular order. Okay, I'll start. His Excellency, Ambassador Professor Ibrahim Agboola Gambari, Nigerian academic and diplomat, served as Chief of Staff to the President of Nigeria from 2020 to 2023. Prior to this, Professor Gambari was longest serving permanent representative of Nigeria to the United Nations from 19 under 5 heads of state of external 1984 to 1985. That is a life spent in service of one's fatherland. While at the UN, Professor Gambari was the president of the UNICEF in 1999 and became Under Secretary General and the first special advisor on Africa to Secretary General Kofi Annan from 1999 to 2005. He was the Under Secretary General of the United Nations for Political Affairs from 2005 to 2007, Under Secretary General Kofi Annan and Ban Ki-moon. His last appointment in the UN was from January 2010 to July 2012, when he was appointed by Ban Ki-moon and the chairperson of the African Union Commission as the Joint African Union-United Nations Special Representative for Darfur. Born on 24th November 1944. Happy birthday in advance. Yes, sir. In Ilorin, Kwara State, and from the great Gambari family. He attended King's College, Lagos, and subsequently went to London School of Economics, where he bagged a BSc Economics degree 1968 with specialization in international relations. Later, he got his MA 1970 and PhD 1974 degrees from Columbia University, New York, United States, in political science and international relations. Ambassador Gambari taught at the City University of New York before working at the University of Albany and subsequently at Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria, Kaduna State. From 1986 to 1989, he was a visiting professor at 3 universities in Washington, D.C. National Studies, while Georgetown University and Howard University. He has also been a research fellow at the Brookings Institute in Washington, D.C., and a resident scholar at the Bellagio Study and Conference Center, the Rockefeller Foundation-run center in Italy. He has written so many books and published them in reputable journals in foreign policy and international relations, such as Theory and Reality in Foreign Policy, Nigeria After the Second Republic. He served as the Minister for External Affairs between 1984 and 1985 under General Muhammadu Buhari's military regime, after being the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you His Excellency, Ambassador Professor Ibrahim. I call on Assistant Air Marshal, Mr. Aynaoui, Zonal Commanding Officer, Zone 2 Lagos, to make the presentation of the plaque. Thank you very much, sir. That's a loaded CV. Ladies and gentlemen, as we're done with that, I'd like to ask the UN Rep on Women, Ms. Beatrice Eyong. Okay, I ought to be upstanding, ma'am. And someone has requested we should play the women's song. Oh, the women anthem. Okay, you play it when I finish reading her citation. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Beatrice Eyong, country representative of the UN Women, Nigeria, is a Cameroonian national and an experienced gender specialist. We can already tell that, okay? With over 39 years of professional working experience in promoting gender equality and women's empowerment in different countries in Africa. From the University of Reading, UK, specializing in gender analysis and planning, production of media for extension and training, microfinance for rural development, and the management of extension staff. She's the UN Women's Resident Representative to Nigeria and ECOWAS. Before coming to Nigeria, she was the resident of UN Women Mali and the Democratic Republic of Congo. She has over 15 years of experience as an agronomist, a microfinance officer, and gender specialist for the Cameroonian government in different development programs. Ms. Eyong is a God-fearing mother, grandmother, singer, public speaker, and counselor. Please, I present to you Ms. Beatrice Eyong, UN Women. Women's song, please. And I call on Dr. Halilu Ahmad Shaba, former Director General, NAFDA, to make the presentation to her. Women's song loading. Thank you, madam. Thank you for your work in advocacy. I'd just like to use this opportunity to recognize publisher of next edition, former Secretary General of the Nigerian Guild of Editors, Mrs. Victoria Ibanga. You are welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Karim Aynaoui, please. Dr. Karim Aynaoui, Executive President, Policy Center, One House, please, One House, Center for New South, Rabat, Morocco, is also the Executive Vice President of Mohammed VI Polytechnic University and Dean of its Humanities, Economics, and Social Sciences Cluster. Dr. Aynaoui is an economist. From 2005 to 2012, he worked at the Central Bank of Morocco, where he held the position of Director of Economics, Statistics, and International Relations. At the Central Bank of Morocco, he was in charge of the research department and equally a member of the governor's cabinet. Previously, he worked for 8 years at the World Bank as an economist for its regional units in the Middle East, North Africa, and Africa. Dr. Aynaoui has published books and journal articles on macroeconomic issues in developing countries. His recent research has been focused on growth and the labor market in Morocco, as well as on reforming the international development economy. He holds scientific and advisory positions at various institutions. He is currently a member of the Malabo-Montpellier panel, the scientific committee of the Italian Institute for International Political Studies, the scientific council of the Moroccan Capital Market Authority, the International Board of Leonardo Med-Or Foundation, the Advisory Council of the School of Global Affairs and Public Policy of the American University of Cairo, Morocco's chapter of the Confrérie des Compagnons de Gothenburg, and a global member of the Trilateral Commission. He serves as the advisor to the CEO and chairman of OCP Group and is a board member of OCP Foundation. Dr. Aynaoui holds a PhD in economics from the University of Bordeaux in France, where he taught courses in statistics and economics for 3 years. He is Commendator of the Order of Merit of the Italian Republic. I present to you Dr. Karim Aynaoui. And to present the plaque to Dr. Aynaoui is the Director of Public Affairs of the Nigerian Communications Commission, Mr. Ruben Walker. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'd like Engineer Shehu Tijjani to be upstanding. Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer Shehu Tijjani is a technologist, innovator, visionary leader, and entrepreneur dedicated to transforming Nigeria's technological landscape. A first-class graduate in information technology and business information systems from Middlesex University in the UK, he has a background in embedded engineering, hardware, and firmware. He founded Amal Technologies Nigeria Limited, an end-to-end electronics manufacturing company in 2018. He is deeply passionate about the semiconductor industry and its transformative potential for Nigeria. He recognizes that semiconductors are the foundation of modern technology and has made it a core focus of Amal Technologies. Under his leadership, Amal Technologies has become a leader in innovation, driving research and development in Nigeria. Beyond entrepreneurship, one house, please. Beyond entrepreneurship, Mr. Tijjani, Engineer Tijjani, has completed numerous professional courses that enhance his expertise. He is passionate about empowering Nigeria's next generation, leading training programs that equip Nigerians with skills in hardware, in firmware, material science, and fabrication. His efforts contribute to Nigeria's growth, ensuring the country becomes a key player in the global technology industry. Through his leadership, Amal Technologies is driving Nigeria toward a more self-reliant and prosperous future. I present to you Engineer Shehu Tijjani, and to make, thank you. And to make a presentation, I will call on Mrs. Victoria Ibanga, publisher of Next Edition, former Secretary General of Engr. Mrs. Victoria Ibanga, please. Ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria is rising and Africa is rising. One minute. This is Hadiza Bala-Usman. On behalf of Hajia Amina Aliyu will receive her plaque. Hajia Amina Aliyu. Hajia Amina Aliyu. Thank you, Hajia. We're receiving on behalf of Mrs. Hadiza Bala-Usman, former Managing Director of the Nigerian Ports Authority, NPA, 2016 to 2021, was appointed Special Advisor on Policy Coordination to President Bola Tinubu in June 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please. She previously served as the Chief of Staff to the Governor of Kaduna State from 2015 to 2016. She is one of the co-founders of the Bring Back Our Girls campaign in 2014 and is also a founding member of the ruling All Progressive Congress. Madam Bala-Usman, Hajia Bala-Usman, grew up on the campus of Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria, where she started her education at the University Staff Primary School and went ahead to complete her secondary education. In 1996, she enrolled at the university and bagged a bachelor's degree in business administration. In 2000, she later got a master's degree in development studies from the University of Leeds in the United Kingdom in 2009. I present to you Mrs. Hadiza Bala-Usman, represented by Hajia Amina Ali. And to make that presentation is the president of the NGE, Mr. Anaba. Anaba. Explain the camera. Sorry, you're backing some people. This way. Okay, so a group picture of all the inductees. A group picture of all the inductees. paparazzi at work. Congratulations to the old inductees. I think on behalf of the inductees, Maury, so accept us. All around the nation, all around the world, remain a longing to be free. Sing a song, so sing a song, for everywhere. That is around the world, never so sing a song, for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. Please, one house. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's accord some respect. Someone has the floor. Thank you. We're already at the end. His Excellency. Please, can we all be seated? Please sit down. Please sit down. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of our events. And I want to stand on behalf of these distinguished gentlemen and also our sister who is online, Hadiza Usman, and myself, to thank Realnews for giving us this opportunity to share what we have shared. And I believe that all of us who have been here, we have taken at least one resolution to change one thing, either in our offices, in our home, or wherever. So we are very, very, on behalf of the other inductees, we just want to thank you, the organizers of this event, and also the publisher and her team for identifying us and giving us this opportunity and also recognizing what we have been contributing. In fact, I don't even feel comfortable, sitting near our father. I can call him our father, because just reading his resume shows you the wide experiences that he has. But I see the opportunity to be on the same group of inductees. It's an honor for me, and I believe that Dr. Karim, who also came from afar, he has deposited something here. And I think this will not be the last time that he will be coming. He's going to be coming maybe from time to time to give us some of these lectures. I want to also, on behalf of our young brother, Engineer Tijjani, in fact, this is my one takeaway that I'm going with as I'm leaving, that all the resources we need to do what we need to do is in this country. So we just need to reorganize some things. I thank the organizers, and I want to say that we don't take this recognition for granted. We take it seriously because we know Realnews is a serious people who are displaying their excellence. Thank you very much. And also thank you for witnessing and for handing over this recognition to us. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. We've received several Google messages. I'm sure they'll be published in the next this thing. I call on the publisher, Ms. Maureen Chibo, to give the vote of thanks, and then we have the opening, closing prayer, and the teaching session. And we're done. Okay.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we have one house? We are almost at the end of this. Once again, permit me to stand on an existing protocol to thank you all for your patience, for the sacrifice you've made to be here. All of you, you are cherished. And Real News is indebted to each and every one of you. But there are people who played key roles here that need to be thanked specially. So I simply and earnestly start with Professor, His Excellency Professor Ibrahim Gambari, for accepting to be a guest lecturer today, despite his busy schedule. Head of thanks, and we are really indebted. God bless you. We thank Dr. Karim Aynaoui for coming all the way from Morocco to come and keynote this event. We are deeply grateful, and we pray that God will continue to bless you. Thanks especially Engineer Amal, who is here. Thank you so much. And we will thank Ms. Beatrice Eyong. She had to step aside because she has another engagement, but she tarried to the end of this program. And Real News is greatly, deeply indebted to you. We owe you a basket of thanks. Thanks so much for coming and staying till the end of this program, despite the engagement you had. We also thank Mrs. Hadiza Bala-Usman, who joined us online because due to exigencies of duties, she was supposed to be here. We are deeply grateful that you find time out of your busy schedule to join us online and made this such a brilliant speech. Thank you so much. God bless you. And I thank each and every one of the members of Guild of Online Corporate Publishers who are here. We have our President Emeritus, Dr. Oladipo. We have different publishers from different online publications, and I cannot mention all your names, but you are duly recognized, and I thank you so much. I thank the former MD of Martins Oloja, who was among the first to be here. Thank you so much, my big brother. I thank the Director General from NESA, former Director General from NESA. Thank you so much for coming. And then I thank especially the Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps. You have always attended our events and you have always supported Real News. And I'm deeply grateful to you. Please convey our basket of thanks to the Corps Marshal for this tremendous support he has given us over the years. Thank you so much. I thank the Indonesian trade delegation who are here. Thank you so much for coming. I'm so happy you made it. And I thank every other, the Ghana Embassy, Betty, you are also here. Thank you so much for your support. And I have my uncle here. He's Dr. Ogene. He's also an octogenarian. And thank you so much for coming. I thank my people. I'm from somewhere. I'm from Anambra State, and I'm from a town called Umoji, and they are here too. So I thank you all for coming. I cannot mention all your names. And thank you so much for coming. And I thank my family who are also here. All of them. They journeyed from different places, from the east, from the north, from the south, to be here to give me this tremendous support. Thank you all. My big brother Celestine Chibo is here. My elder sister Wamaka Princess is here. My immediate younger sister Antonia is here, and our kid sister Wakego is here. And Gerald is also here, who has been my powerhouse. Thank you all. And I thank my in-law that I'm seeing for the first time today. He's married to our kid sister, Honorable Justin Umenjama. You are welcome. Thank you so much for coming. And I thank you all I cannot mention all your names, but please know that you are cherished. I also want to thank the Real News team led by Mr. Godi Ike, who are providing on-the-spot online coverage for this, and the lady who provided the lively and beautiful ambience, Mrs. Mary Ahia, for your very beautiful decoration. Thank you so much. Thank you all. And I pray that God will lead you all back to your different destination safely. I also want to thank Mrs. Comfort Coleman, who has emceed this program. Thank you all. Please, I want to announce that we are going to launch, but we are going to move table by table, and so that it will not be rowdy and everybody will have opportunity to eat. Please just stay on your seat, and we have people who will direct you as to how you will move. And we have enough to cover everybody. There is no need to rush. Just be patient. Thank you all. Then please, may we call on a Muslim brother here. So please come and help us say the closing prayer, and then we'll be done before we file out table by table to go and have our lunch. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank Almighty Allah for bringing us to the end of today's wonderful event. I pray the organizers for gathering us here today, and for those of our colleagues, our friends who travel far to this event, pray Almighty God take you back to your various destinations. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا لا تجعلنا فتنة للذين كفروا فاغفر لنا ربنا إنك أنت العزيز الحكيم. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت مجيب الدعاء. ربنا اكشف عنا عذابنا المؤمنين. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.